Hi, everyone. Welcome. Come on in. Come on in. How is everyone? Hi, everyone. Come on in. Thank you for joining me. We have a lot to cover and we have a lot to talk about. There's a lot going on. And I want to weigh in on stuff that people have been asking me. Harlot's here. Shut up, Harlot. Yay, yay. Okay, cool. Who's this? We have Harlot. Yes. Sarah's here. We have Casey and Ember so far. And other people are coming. Oh, look, a squirrel's here. People are coming in. Yes. Hi, you guys. Come on in. This was a very last minute topic. I didn't know what to choose for my topic today. I don't really feel good, so let me put that out there. I have been sick for like 5 days now, and I just can't get rid of it. So, hopefully, that won't hinder our live in any way. I doubt it, but just in case, I just wanted to tell you guys. So, are you guys familiar with Jodi? I mean, I'm sure you are. Who's not familiar with the Jodi Arias case? Hey, Travis case is the case that got me into true crime. That's so funny you're saying that because this might be, yeah, this is one of the main ones that got me hooked. Like, if I wasn't already hooked, I was with this one, especially because we see like two totally different um, people, right? If you looked on my thumbnail, we have the one person who is that blonde bombshell, and then the other one who looks like you know, a frail young woman with the bangs and stuff. I was like, look, I have bangs too sometimes, but I'm not doing it to get like you know, like a look is for people to feel differently. Hi Sharon, hi Andrea, hi Duke. Oh my God, you guys. Convulse is here. Nate, you guys, I feel so blessed. Thank you guys for coming in. I so appreciate you. So while we're waiting for a few people to come in, I've been getting lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of questions about. And I know people are going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe you're about to say something about this. But the only reason I am is because I'm getting so many emails about it that I feel like if I don't, I don't know. If people ask me questions, I'm going to answer. I always say you could ask me whatever. So about the Lauren and John Mathias case, I know there's a ton of creators that are already jumping in on this. And a lot of people are just asking me, like, how do you feel about it? Because Dr. John. And the reason I feel like I need to say something right now is because, like Dr. John, I provide psychoeducation, right? So a few people that I've been listening, back and forth have said that, and we're going to get to Jodi in 1 second, but they said that should someone that has a doctorate degree, like, in psychology, stuff like that, should they even be online giving commentary? So this is what I would say. I think that I differ from Dr. John in the sense that I don't see patients. I teach at the college and university level. I am an adjunct professor at one of my colleges too. That was a joke because he said he's an adjunct professor. And I don't lie about my background. Also, I do think that it's your right to look up the creators that you watch. So just know that if anybody looks me up, you're going to find exactly what I told you I am. Okay? So that's the good news. I don't know if anybody has specific questions. This isn't the live for that, so I don't want to go off on a tangent. However, if anybody is interested in like hearing, really what I have to say about it, let me know in the comments because that is something I'm willing to touch upon. Maybe not for like a 2-hour live, but just long enough so that I can help, talk about like the ethics of it all, right? Because there is ethics behind this. The thing that I just watched before I came on live tonight was showing him, like telling the police officer that, you know, he thinks that there could be a crime and the crime that could happen could give you 5 years in jail. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, what are you talking about? So like, I've never tried to mess with someone's livelihood. I don't know. I don't want to get into it too much here. I'm going to stick to Jodi Arias. But if anybody is interested in hearing how I feel about that, just let me know. So let's swing over to Jodi Arias. Also, please like, subscribe, and share if you would like to help me get the word out there and to get my channel out there. I don't know why, but every time I go live with another creator, the next day I lose like a handful of subs. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know if anybody has any. And there's no way. At first I was like, it's a coincidence. And now there's just, if you go, there's like certain analytics. And if you go into the analytics, it's literally the day after I'm on with a creator. So I don't know. I don't know if these are people that I don't even want as a sub. So I don't know what you guys think about that. And I would love to hear what you guys have to say about that. Okay, so let me start by saying tonight we're talking about the case that didn't just happen in a courtroom, right? It happened in the public's nervous system, so buckle up. I mean, Nancy Grace, I don't know if you guys remember Greta Van Susteren. Oh my God, I can't believe I just remembered her name. Greta Van Susteren, right? She was on TV and she really went over this Jodi Arias case. I mean, there were a few people, and I think that it is amazing to see how much this case really, really, I was going to say made it indelible, but I'm not trying to use big words. So seared it into our thought process, because there are so many things here. Everything from her joining Mormonism so that she could be with Travis Alexander to her changing her hair color before she goes to visit him for the last time as a way to like disguise in case anybody saw her, or even getting gas cans so that she didn't have to stop for gas. And then you guys remember she leaves and goes and hooks up with another guy within a few, 20 hours or so that she has an alibi for when it comes. You guys remember Greta? Do you guys remember that? I was like, and I wonder, I'm sure she's still sober. I don't know why I know this, but I have the best memory ever. It's probably like a neurodivergent thing, but I remember that she's clean and that her date is in April. I don't know why I know that. Honey Broiler. Oh my God, you're funny. So that was a good movie though, Truth. Hi, Truth. Truth is here too. Okay, so Truth, sorry I haven't gotten back to you. I didn't feel good, so please forgive me. I know you will, because you don't take me serious. Oh, I just punched myself in the face. Okay, so if you've ever wondered how a story can become a weapon, not like a knife or, a gun, but a narrative. So that's what I mean by a weapon here. Welcome in. Okay, so tonight we're breaking down the Jodi Arias case through psychology and through a psychological lens. So we're going to talk about my favorites: attachment. I haven't said obsession, attachment, and identity. Right, they're my expertise. But we're also going to get into like obsession, impression management, and why some traits turn into full-blown cultural events. So trials. I don't know why I just said traits. Trials, probably because I'm sick. Okay, so we can analyze behavior without turning real people into entertainment. So there's a line here that I'm walking. If I wobble, chat politely, yell at me. Okay, so I wrote that down. So I really am, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I really do want to get as much, insight from you as I can. I take you seriously. I just know you have a life outside of YouTube. You're the best. A very busy one. I do. And I don't feel good. But hopefully I'll get better. Okay, so over here, just so that I give a trigger warning in case anybody doesn't remember this case, which I don't know how, or maybe you're just new to true crime and you didn't follow this case back then. Welcome in, but I do want to give you a trigger warning. So there's a huge trigger warning here. IPV, or intimate partner violence, is a big part of this case. So there's going to be graphic pictures. There's graphic, trial that testimony, right? So there's many graphic triggering events in this story. So I will tell you, if for some reason you feel triggered at any point of the stream, please take care of yourself first, right? I won't be offended. Take care of yourself first, and I'll always make sure that we save your seat here at the Minds Behind True Crime, okay? So please make sure that you're taking care of yourself first. Okay, so I'm not going to diagnose anyone either. And I know I say that every stream, but I have to. I would never do so on the internet. We're discussing patterns, like I always say. So patterns and consistency. So consistent behavioral consistency, just so you guys know, the best predictor of future behavior is past relevant behavior, right? So we're going to be talking about patterns and what behaviors can mean, not necessarily declaring what they are. Okay, so let's do this. So here's a roadmap a little bit. We're going to do a clean fact-based timeline, the competing narratives and why some narratives matter psychologically. Hold on one sec. So, all right, here we go. So we're going to do a clean fact-based timeline, the competing narratives and why narratives matter psychologically, the behavioral science, so attachment control, jealousy, self-concept threat, why the public got glued to this case and where it stands now. Okay. So drop in chat when you first heard about the case, what hooked you about this case, right? Was it the evidence? Was it the testimony, the media circus, or the relationship dynamics? Or maybe something else. Tell me what it is in the chat. So again, just in case you're like, wait, what did she say? In the chat, let me know when you first heard about the case, what hooked you. So not when did you, but when you heard about the case, what was it that hooked you to this case that makes you click on this live tonight? It's interesting to see the connections that we make to some of the cases, and if you don't know what hooked you, I would challenge you to reflect on it and see if you come up with anything, because a lot of times you find out so much more about yourself when you realize what are the things that connect you to different cases. So it might be something about your own past, stuff like that. Okay, so let's see what I could pull up here. Okay. So I have a ton of references. I keep all of my stuff, and I will upload that to maybe Patreon to, in case anybody wants it. All right. All right, here we go. I just had to get to my latest information over here. I have so much stuff pulled up in the background, you guys. And the last few lives I did, for some reason, I got like a timeout from YouTube. So I'm going to try really hard not to get a strike tonight. Okay. So we'll see what happens. All right. What do we have going on over here? Hi, guys. Welcome in. Oh, Casey, you don't feel good either? Me either, Case. Isn't this nasty, whatever the hell it is? Ugh. I'm like, am I ever going to feel awake again? I'm usually like, bing, like wide awake. And the past couple of days, I could sleep at like 3 in the afternoon. No problem. And that's not like me. So where should we start? Let's start with the timeline. Okay, so facts only here. So let's anchor ourselves. Travis Alexander was killed in Mesa, Arizona in 2008. Jodi Arias was later convicted of first-degree murder in 2013 and was sentenced in 2015 to life in prison without the possibility of parole. I don't know if any of you remember, but this was a DP case, and they did seek the DP. They didn't get it. And in my opinion, psychologically, it's for psychological reasons that they weren't able to get the DP. It is my opinion that because Jodi decided to testify, and she does for like, I think it was 19 days, you guys. I have such a really good I have such a really good memory. Did you just hear what I said? I have such a good memory that I'm like almost positive that she testified for 19 days. Even if you're convicted of something this heinous, putting yourself on the stand for 19 days talking to the jury, you humanize yourself. So even if that human part of you has done something terrible and even monstrous, right? Um, it still humanizes the person, right? Okay. Whoops, I just lost my thing here, you guys. Sorry. My daughter came in and I wanted to tell her to shut off the hallway light. Thank you. Okay, so those are we have legal outcomes. So again, I think she testifies for 19 days, humanizing herself enough that she wasn't able to get, or not that she wasn't able to get, the state wasn't able to get the DP. Juan, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that, Trace. Welcome, Trace. Can you guys make sure that you subscribe? I lost some subs the past few days and I just don't know why. So hopefully you guys can help me make it back up. Yes, Juan, I don't know if any of you heard this, but I heard that he had like, what's it called? Prosecutor misconduct. I don't know how to say the word, and Travis isn't here yet. So if we have any legal people or anybody that knows the word, it's like prosecutorial misconduct. So we're going to look into that as well. But what I did read said that it had nothing to do with her, like not with her, but like with the actual crime. So I believe that's why I didn't play the role as far as having a new trial. He was disbarred? For what? Prosecutorial. See, I did say it right. I just had to say it a little bit slower. Prosecutorial misconduct. I cannot believe he was disbarred. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. I can't believe that, you guys. So Travis, I want to make sure that we say Travis's name, right? So Travis Alexander, because media coverage can turn victims into background noise. So, and I don't want that to happen here. Jodi was so captivating, if you will, to the public that it's easy to not forget about Travis, but to have Travis in the background where he does not belong. So I just want to make sure that we do that. So this case is a master class, you guys, in competing narratives. So there was a trial. Arias testifies that she did do that. So she does say that she killed Travis Alexander, but in self-defense. Could you let the dog out, please? Thank you. But in self-defense, and earlier accounts she gave reportedly changed over time. So, which is one of the reasons that this case became such a public debate. Here's the psychology when someone's identity is threatened, okay, because we have identity here. When someone's identity is threatened, their reputation, desirability, and control. For Jodi, she wanted people to desire her. She was worried about her reputation. Travis was worried about his reputation, right? And control is a big issue for a lot of these offenders that we see. And I think that we see this here too. So a lot of times we'll see things like, which Jodi does. She'll say things like, this happened to me. So it almost as if like, oh, well, I shouldn't have done that, but if he didn't do this, or I shouldn't have done that. And I don't know if you guys remember, but one of the things that very manipulative. Oh my God, Tracy, so manipulative. You think she had borderline personality disorder? Girl, I'm not diagnosing here, but I see traits for sure. For sure. And it's interesting that you say that because I also see narcissistic traits. And again, we're not diagnosing, I'm just saying traits. Was she ever diagnosed with a personality disorder from a psychologist? Because I feel like she was given a battery of tests. And if so, does anybody remember exactly what the diagnosis was? Because I would not be surprised if it was cluster B personality disorders. So they share odd and erratic behavior. So one of the things that we see that Jodi does is she externalizes. She also justifies her actions. She had no choice. Do you guys remember the ninja story? Ninjas came in and she had no choice. She had to do what the ninja said, type thing. And then she wants people to see her in her narrative. And we see this, and this is what interests me about this case and what we're going to get into a lot more of. We're going to look at, I don't know if you guys remember, but not just the trial. So the trial here is interesting, but for me, it's the psychology that really interests me. So things like Travis's friends and their accounts. I don't know if anybody remembers the one couple that they were friends with, and they said that I forget what not I forget, but I know they like slept over their house, and Jodi left the room. I don't know if they asked her to leave or if like they were talking, him and the wife, and she like the wife wanted to warn him about her, and apparently she was like at the door listening. So she's like she does stuff like this. She went into the doggy door. Who does that? Who even fits into a doggy door? I don't know. I mean, door's pretty big, but I don't have a doggy door. But still, if I did, I don't know that I'd ever crawl through it. It's like your brain over here is opening up 37 different tabs that are labeled self-concept emergency, identity emergency, attachment emergency, just all based on narratives and feels that we get from, from different parts of the spectrum. So what do I mean by that? Most people were on one side. The other side, though, was showing, or Jodi was trying to show this other side to her, and that Travis did X, Y, and Z, and she falls short. So there you go. So real quick with attachment and intermittent reinforcement in relationships, I just want to go over this real quick before we get into a video. One possible framework that people use to understand intense unstable relationships is attachment dynamics. And we know that attachment and identity are my fortes. That's what I have done research in. And I've just always gravitated toward those two things. And I also have a specialization in marriage and family therapy. So I think in systems. And I believe that that also has to do with my connection to attachment. And if anybody ever has, might as well leave your doors unlocked if you get Thor a doggy door with his big ass. He is so funny, right? He would. No, let me be honest with you. I bet you Allie would run through the doggy door. Thor is the biggest wimp you've ever met. He would go to the doggy door and whimper because he wouldn't know what to do with it. Or he would see Allie go through it.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah, you can interrupt me.
Sorry, there was one time when he was a puppy and we opened the door real wide and he came in from the front door and ran right outside, didn't know the screen was there. Remember we used to have a screen door?
Oh, yeah.
He took it out, but he didn't see, if he saw it, he would have stopped.
That is so funny. Ava
Sorry,
just,
like,
no, you're good. I'm
made
glad.
Me laugh, and I was like, "You'll make that
No, no, I'm glad you interrupted. Ava just reminded me of when Thor first, when we first got him, we opened up the front door, he runs in, and we had the back door open, but we had the slider shut, so it was the screen, and Thor ran right through.
But if it was dark, he wouldn't have ran.
If it was dark, you're right, he wouldn't have ran. He's petrified of the dark. He's the biggest wimp ever, but I love him to pieces, okay? He's right there. He's like making noises in the background like usual. He loves to. Let's see what you guys are saying. Kelly Dime, hi. Oh, we have webs of deceit. I climbed through my friend's doggy door. I was picking her up for an appointment and she overslept. So I crawled in and woke her up. She's always late and I'm always 5 minutes early. Oh my God, that is a riot. Did she think you were crazy? That is so funny. That is so funny. We have she would befriend all the girls who were dating Travis as well after they broke up. So do you know what that says to me, Tracy? That says to me manipulation in the biggest way, right? So by befriending Travis Alexander's ex-girlfriends, Jodi gets to stay close or have that connection and know that he's not going back to them, right? Because, or if he does go back to them, she's the first to find out because she's now friends with these ex-girlfriends. She is one of the most manipulative offenders that I've seen. So let's see, so that I stop talking so much, I am going to share this with you real quick. All right, here we go. What's the first thing we should do? So let's go to, I have so many things open. First, let's give you, oh God, there's so many. Wait, I have no shame. Wait, let's say. No shame. Let me make sure this is up because, oh no, it is. It says it's sharing. Okay, good. Oh no, it's not sharing. How about that? So glad I checked anyway. There we go. Oh wait, let me see if there's one that's a little better on the. Now I'm in the. Oh, there we go. That's better. I can deal with this. So let me go over here. So these are some of. I did like a whole dive today and down memory lane, right? So here we have no shame. Defiant Jodi Arias slams haters in bombshell phone call from prison. Okay, this was back in 2016. So if we remember, oh, January 27th. I thought that said June 27th. I was going to say that's my birthday. But if you remember, she had just gotten, and if this is January 27th, then she literally had just gotten sentenced not that soon prior. So let's see what she said. So this is right after she's sentenced. Jodi Arias is serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole in a state prison, but for the first time since she was sentenced, she's speaking out in a bombshell audio conversation obtained by Radar Online. And I'm going to see if we can hear that. I think I did open it up. Let me just open it up on the side just in case. There we go. So the conversation obtained by Radar Online took place on Sunday, January 10th, 2016, and is a 15-minute call, the maximum allowed by the prison system, which we know because we've heard a lot of Mackenzie Shrilla's, right? And she'll talk right until the 15 minutes is up. Arias now 35. So if she was 35 back in January 10th of 2016, what's today? Today is January 4th of 26. So 10 years later, you guys, she's 45. I didn't realize she was my age. Oh, wow. Okay. Arias, now 35, because this was 10 years ago, reached out to Kareem Lefty Williams, a rapper who produced a video about her. I did not know that. In order to bring awareness to PTSD and DV. Oh, that annoys me. There was no evidence of this, so therefore there'd be no evidence of PTSD. But she uses that because she uses that as a defense for why she did what she did. Oh, that's terrible. Despite being locked up for the remainder of her life, Arias maintains an upbeat attitude during the conversation and shares mundane details from her life behind bars, from her meals to the plethora of television stations which she's allowed to watch. And she doesn't seem to be feeling regret or mourn over Travis's murder either. During the call, A giggly Arias nonchalantly describes her prison dinner. She says, "We had chicken fajitas here tonight. Really good. A big old pile of caramelized onions, some bell peppers, like all the works." Explaining to Williams that her food schedule consists of, she details her usual meals. On the weekends, they give us a hot dinner. On the weekdays, it's like a sandwich. Nothing is very good. The pair talked about Williams' rap video, in which he tries to raise awareness about PTSD and DV, singing about Arias and putting her image in the video. Oh my gosh, you guys. He tells her that he's getting a little heat. He should be. And Arias explains how she ignores them. "Oh, yeah, haters are going to hate," she insists. And Williams tells her he believes the two of them are the most hated people in the country. Arias dismisses the claims. "It's all good. If that's what it if that's what it is like to be hated, then keep hating," she says. "I've had so much love coming in my direction, I can't even respond to it now." During her trial, Arias' attorneys argued against the intense media coverage of the case. But behind bars, Arias tells Williams that she has access to multiple channels, including Univision, CBS, PBS, Fox, BET, CNN, TNT, USA, Lifetime, and A&E. That is a lot of cable channels. Arias was excommunicated from the Mormon Church after her conviction, but she tells Williams she can watch a BYU, Brigham Young University channel, a Catholic channel, and a Protestant channel. Wow. In addition, she shares the news that in February she expects to have contact visits, as Radar Online previously reported. So far, her visitors have been forced to sit opposite of Arias in order to talk on the telephone, separated by a glass wall. Arias and Williams met during a small visit. And I was going to say, how about they meet? And she tells her pal to ignore the backlash he was receiving for the music video he made about her life. "You should be flattered," she tells him. "It doesn't matter how bad it is. You should be flattered that somebody took the time. These people have no life, or they're really in love with you." Listen to Radar Online's exclusive first phone call behind bars. I'm so afraid to click on it because I get in trouble. Here goes. Let's look at. Okay, so trigger warning before I bring this on. So I didn't pull it all the way up yet. I mean, it's up, but I didn't scroll up yet. These next few things that we're going to be looking at are shocking evidence photos that help get Jodi Arias convicted in this case. So we are going to look at that. Let me see what you guys are saying over here. Let's see. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, here we go. Okay. I don't know how far back I could go here. This is okay. So this is the thing. If you guys have any questions for me, do like we do over at DTs and put a bunch of like something before it so I see it. It doesn't even have to be, stars, just emojis of some sort, just so that when I scroll back, I can stop at it. Or even if it's not a question and it's just a comment that you want me to see, because the only ones that ever like stay up are if they're like super chats and stuff. So I don't want to miss anybody's. So again, if you have anything, and again, it doesn't have to be a question, just anything that you want to make sure I get to, just put something before the chat. "You found me through DT. I love that. Thank you, Dr. Pepper. Love it. Love it. Love it. Can you guys please hit subscribe if you're not subscribed? And like, I don't know why, but people are like hating on me for some reason. Whenever I like weigh in on someone else's lives, I get like hate the next day, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I'm just trying to bring psychology to the cases. That's literally all I'm trying to do. All right, let me go back over to these. All right, ready? Trigger warning. All right, here we go. So that's Juan. Oh, it's all coming back to me now. Okay, so that's one. Over here, we have a check that I believe was forged. So they have that. Over here, we have the pictures of Travis. Over here, we have part of the autopsy. This says, this is from Ryan something, and this was to, oh, we have an email for her. Okay. And it says, so it says me, which is Jodi, but it's always great to hear from you. You do the same. And then it says, Ryan, okay, have a great day. She says, actually, I'm just running off to work. This Ryan person says, hey, you, what's up? She says, hey, Hottie Biscotti, what's new? Hottie Biscotti, are you serious? Look at her here, you guys. So over here, we see that she looks totally different. I also believe that this was from her ceremony from um, when she becomes Mormon. And why does she become Mormon? Is it because she believes in the Mormon faith? Absolutely not. In my opinion, it's because she wasn't able to marry Travis in Travis's mind because she wasn't Mormon. So by becoming a Mormon, she was able to then to do that. Wait, let me make sure that. Let me see. Oh, Casey. Casey, you're the best. Thank you so much for telling me truth. Truth just see, this is why I'm glad we have this. So Casey, you guys sent me a $5 super chat and it didn't come up for some reason, she said, but I'm sure I will get it. Thank you for telling me. If anybody else sent a super chat and it didn't come up, please let me know because I want to make sure that I thank you properly for it. Casey, you are my first super chat on my new streaming stuff. So thank you. I think, yeah, it is. So, well, this is the first time I'm using like this whole setup here. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. And actually, it should be the first time that it actually registers in my analytics for stream. Is it Streamlabs? I almost said StreamYard. It's not StreamYard. Casey, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you so very much. Let me give you a little love over here. How do we give you a love? Are you ready? I got this. Oh, I got this. You know, like with the applauses and stuff, there's got to be an applause. If there's not an applause, I'm going to have to get a new streamer. I'm just kidding. Okay, maybe I have to add an applause somewhere. So I will make sure. So let me give you one. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. And it makes me feel good because I do work hard on this stuff, you guys. I don't know if anybody realizes how hard streamers work on this stuff. So thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, oh wait, we have a gifted membership. Why isn't it? It's coming up weird on my end. So Truth, do me a favor. And if I have anything that I don't see, will you just like point it out to me like you did before? Laura, thank you for becoming a new member. Welcome to our dysfunctional family. I like to say we put the fun in dysfunction. Thank you. Wow, you guys, I feel so special right now. Thank you so much. Thank you. So excited. I get so excited. Woohoo! Okay, let's look at some of these. You saw me on DT2? Thank you, you guys. Oh, people could be so harsh, but you're awesome. I'm so glad I found your chat. Kelly Dime, I'm so friggin' glad you found the two. Oh, thank you, you guys. And I hope webs wait, I'm gonna say it wrong. What is it? Webs of deceit. I'm glad to be a distraction for you. Everyone needs one every now and then, right? We could all use a distraction. Wait, what does it say? You're good. I just hope it comes through for you. Casey, I'm sure it will. Oh, I'm so smart. Oh, I love you guys. You guys are so nice to me. Hide the haters. Don't tolerate the disrespect on your own channel. Marilyn gets the A. You're right, Marilyn. You're right. You're right. She's right. I need to learn to do that, Marilyn. I need to learn from you a little bit more about that because sometimes I'm like, what the heck? But you're right. Thank you, Marilyn. True says, Marilyn, I'll handle it. Ooh, that's so funny. Kelly Dime. Truth makes me laugh really hard. They all do. But Truth said, I'll take care of it. So let's look over here again. So Jodi Arias' death sentence trial ended in another hung jury. Take a look back at the evidence that got her convicted in 2013 of the brutal murder of her one-time boyfriend, Travis Alexander. Okay, so this is where it all begins. So this right here is a picture from, wait, ready? MySpace. How many of you had a MySpace? Do you guys remember MySpace? I have to be honest with you. MySpace was so long ago. I believe my daughters were very little. And I hope to God, because I tell everybody, like, look me up if you want to. I'm everything that I say I am. And you'll probably find even more that I probably should say that I don't. But I didn't even think about it. Who knows what the hell my page is on MySpace? At one point, it was like pot plants or something. And then I think I did switch it when I had kids because I don't think it switched over to like Facebook yet. So I do believe that it's like pink and brown or something. Like it was something because I was having a girl, Pinky. But thank God. Oh, you love that you could have a song played on. Wait, not only that, Harlot, I don't know if anybody remembers, but we all started to become coders. Duke, you found me from Ryan? Thank you. Yeah, you guys tell me where you found me from. Thank you. I'm gonna have to thank Ryan. I appreciate that. I was, in case anyone wants to hear any more of my commentary, I was on Ryan last night. I weighed in on such a sad case, and I was glad that he asked me to go. And it was an intellectual who winds up taking his own life. Um, it was a hard case, but I did give commentary about taking one's life. So if anybody, and we talked a little bit, oh, look, a squirrel, about veterans. I know that you are passionate about that, and I thank you because we need more passionate people. And one of the other commentators that last night, he happened to be a vet. So of course I thanked him for being brave so that I could be free, which is what I always do. I went back and tried to look at mine a while back, and it was all screwed up, everything out of place and stuff. So it seems like some of the code wasn't being supported or something. Oh, get out. Wait, we got Justin from Clutch Them Pearls. You came from there? I love Justin. Is he not friggin' fabulous? I can't. With his lipstick, I love it. The one day, like, I think it was the first time I went on, I think I was in chat and I wound up coming up. That's what happened. His makeup is on point, you guys. I think he should do like a tutorial. I do. I love doing makeup. And so I notice when other people have good makeup and I'm like, he's got good makeup. Came from DT, from Australia. Came to the doctor from Sirius Black. Sirius Black. I call her real life Prozac because she literally can make anyone feel good about themselves. You could be having, she could make, and not that Jodi Arias needs help feeling good about herself because she's into herself, but she could make the most, distasteful human feel good about something. And I love that. Oh, look, a squirrel says, thank you. I hope you gave out the short codes. So I didn't, but Ryan, the guy that was there did. That's why I didn't, because it was. So yes. So you found me from DT. Oh, I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You love Sirius Black too? See, me too. Sirius Black is like no joke. So please hit subscribe and like. All right, let's get back to this. So let's look over here. So Travis had described Jodi Arias as a stalker to his friends before she takes his life. I think that his friends would also agree with that, especially that man and woman. So they're married, and it's like, it'll come back to me. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I feel like I could hear Nancy Grace saying their names. But I don't want to confuse it with the couple from Watts the Obsession. Did you just hear what I said? I meant the Chris Watts case. I said Watts the Obsession. That's funny. So yeah, but I don't want to confuse their names. But anyway, so he confided a lot in them, but they were like one to her even before that. Again, take notice over here. She does have her little whiskey bangs over here, but she looks completely different than she does in her court pictures. So a friend discovered Alexander's body in Mesa, Arizona, in their home in June 2008. He had been shot, stabbed, and had his slit. So I don't know why I didn't say throat, but anyway, so she kills him 3 times over, you guys. That's overkill for sure. I believe it was 28 or 29 times she stabs him. So he clearly, dies from that. She also slices his throat, so he would have clearly died from that. And then she shoots him in the head, which he clearly would have died from that. I do think that they said that the gunshot was the last and that he had already been deceased because the entry and exit were not what they would look like if he were alive. So if there was blood pressure occurring, it would have looked different. So I think that's how they were able to determine that. If you guys ready for crazy psychology? This case is one of my favorite to do psychologically. You guys ready for this one? It is my opinion. See, Webb, Dr. Vona, I just checked and YouTube unsubbed me. Webb, that actually makes me feel better. That makes me feel better. I think sometimes that I lose people and I'm like, what did I say? Like, what did I do? Can you guys all make sure, because that happened to me and how embarrassing. I was on someone's stream. It might have been Ryan. I don't even know. But I went to go, thank God I saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, it unsubscribed me. But like, how embarrassing. If he would have pulled that up with me on there and it would have said subscribe, I would have been like, what the heck? So all of you, please make sure you're subscribed because YouTube sometimes does that. I don't understand. That's crazy. Sometimes they think that people are bots too, and I think that that's why they do that. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I am so excited. You have no idea. Thank you so much. You think Jodi's problems, Glenn, started in childhood. So, Glenn, welcome in, and I agree with you. You ready for this one? Wait, you ready? I think the reason she shoots him because they never really get in trial. They never really wouldn't the amount of overkill rule out psychosis? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I don't think she was like psychotic at the time. Psychosis meaning a psychotic moment, not you could still do something evil and have, pathology. I don't think she was any type of psychotic state, if that's what you mean. Let me get to the shooting in the face. So a lot of people are like, this is complete overkill. If he was dead, why would someone shoot him in the face? Does anybody want to take a guess first? Because I think I'm right about this. I really do. And they were never able to answer it in the trial. I believe she shoots him in the face at the end so that she could be the last person to kiss him. You guys, I'm telling you, I can put on my borderline hat and go right down borderline lane with this. Think about it. She sneaks in the doggy door and then has sex with him in the middle of the night before he leaves or is supposed to leave for the Bahamas with another girl. She was originally supposed to be on that Bahama trip, but they break up, so he doesn't take her. However, he asks another girl. We come to find out later that him and the other girl were not that serious, but Jodi doesn't know this, right? So Jodi gets very jealous and she starts to, I think they went on a few dates and she starts to like stalk the house pretty much. And they, like he said, he knew it was her because it only happened on times that he had dates with like somebody else. Like he would go out and all of his tires would be slashed, like things like that. She goes through the doggy door. Oh, I think that was one of them. He brings a girl back and they're like watching TV in the living room. And he said that he could tell that somebody had been through the doggy door. I'm like, wait, what? Like, could you imagine? I'm like, and that just was like, I would have definitely been like, sorry, dogs. Love you and all, but we're going to have to patch this up and figure out another way. I don't know about that. So I think she does find a way to have sex with him last. And then why would anyone else kiss him? Well, had she of not just, but had she have done the slice of the throat or the 29 stab wounds below the neck, you could have very well have had an open casket viewing, right? Because they could have put clothes on up to, they can mask all that. By shooting him in the face, she now stops any chance of them having an open casket viewing. So now it's definitely a closed casket, and she becomes the last person to kiss him on his face. And I don't know if anybody agrees with this. And again, this is just my opinion. It's alleged. I don't know this for a fact. But from all the stuff I've done with human behavior, I've always gotten this right from the beginning. And I think I'm right about it. I really, really do. And I'm curious to see what you guys think. So a check for $200 right here from Jodi to Alexander was found in his home. The subject line of the check revealed that it was a payment for 2 car payments. What does that say? Does that say 200 or 2,000? I can't tell. I think it says 200. Oh yeah, duh. You wouldn't have 2,000 for. So that's a cheap car payment. Oh, I guess maybe it was a used car she was buying off of him. The crime scene photo here shows that bedding, clothes, and a camera were shoved into the washing machine. So in case you're like, what the hell am I looking at right now? This is the center of the washing machine, the part that spins. And then this is 38 and 39 for evidence. And she throws the camera. If she didn't throw the camera in here, I don't know that they would have had such a strong case. I don't know that they would have even been able to connect to her because it wasn't blood evidence that connected her to the scene. Now, they do eventually find a partial palm print, I believe it was, but they don't have DNA that they could run through. Not that I don't know that it would have came up anyway, although I do believe, I don't know if she'd ever been arrested before. I don't know if anybody knows that, but I do believe that it would have been extremely hard for her to get convicted without this camera. I always say that when narcissistic people do things like this, they often mess up related to something that has to do with pride. So she was big into photography and art and cameras. She has that one picture that she's known for where she's like, the way she's shooting the picture, like the selfie, the light shines on her face. It almost looks like a scary picture, but she looks really pretty in it. She had that up for the longest time on in social media. But we know that she's into the cameras and stuff, and she gets Travis to take these pictures that he would have never taken before. And the fact that she just threw it into the washing machine and she thought that it would just destroy the camera and that the FBI wouldn't have a way to undo it, that just shows a level of either disregard or just someone that genuinely thinks that they know better or that they've figured it out type thing, or that they're a step ahead of you, right? So next we have Jodi Arias's murder case, where she shows excerpts from a message between her and Ryan Burns. Ryan Burns, I believe, is the guy that she happens to go to after. So she does this. She drives from her house in a different state all the way to Travis's in Arizona. She does what she does to him, and then 12 hours later she's in a different state very far away at Ryan's house, where they said, I believe she had sex with Ryan. So it's funny to see, right, how she wanted to be the one to have sex with Travis, but it wasn't as important, I guess, for her to be the last person, or Travis to be the last person that had sex with her. So I always find that very interesting. Here it says to Ryan, "Hey there, handsome. This is a test." This is a test. This is on Friday, May 30th, 2008. So then jurors in the Arias murder case were shown excerpts from the messages. And here's another one. So me, when I read me, it's Jodi. And when I say Ryan, it's Ryan. So me is Jodi. Jodi says, but it's always great to hear from you with a smiley face. You do the same. He says, okay, have a great day. She says, actually, I'm just running off to work. He says, hey, you, what, hey, you, what's, and she said, hey, Hottie Biscotti, what's new? And then it says Burns had met Arias at a business conference. And then we have here, it's a continuation. Arias says, I know Leslie and Mark, that's them. I know Leslie and Mark really well. We spent a lot of time together in, I don't know where that says, in somewhere in Houston. I don't know. When PPL sent us there. Oh, that was what was the name of the company she worked for? It'll come to me. Anyway, PPL is the company she's talking about. Those were fun times. I don't know Dave and Clancy. And then she said, they're great. Then Ryan says, so how well do you know Leslie and Mark and Dave and Clancy? And then he says, I remember so many times I would just wish she would listen to it. It could help her so much. Jodi says, well, ... And then she says, yikes. Ryan says, do you mind me asking, what is that? What does that say? Something trust issues. And Jodi says, anyway, back to Travis real quick. He's a great person, and I wouldn't want anything else. We all have our character flaws. We've seen each other at our blank and our best. Like it cuts off here, so I'm assuming it says our worst and our best. We are just fundamentally different. And then she says, and you guys, you have to remember, why would she say this when we know that she feels differently? Because she knows that eventually there's a possibility that if she gets caught, they're going to look through her phone and her text messages. So this would give her a way to be like, what are you talking about? Like, I wasn't obsessed with Travis. Like, I even say here to Ryan that we're fundamentally different. So then Jodi says, and I admire Clancy's work and family ethics. And then she says, I spent a little time last year at Dave's house and got to know his wife. Oh, Dave is the one. Dave and his wife are the ones, you guys. That's who it was. And then she said, we met their children, but it was brief. He has an adorable family. I love his story. And then it says, he had hoped to spark up a romance with her and had no clue about her sinister plot. Jodi then says, and look at all this. It's like a lot of Jodi. Look, this is all Jodi. And then Ryan finally says something. So then she says, then I deleted the message, went to sleep, and never mentioned it to him. Anyway, since she asked what time it was, I decided to text her back. Time with Jodi. Good night. Oh my God. What time is it? Time with Jodi. Then she says, I wanted to tell her, but that would have just caused a lot of unnecessary something. And it says, but I felt so bad. This time, I was the other girl. What? I've never seen these. This time, I was the other girl. Then she says, the whole time we were seeing each other after we broke up, he had, that's probably a girlfriend. I had no idea. He didn't tell me about her. It's supposed to be her, but it says here, until after they broke up. And then she says, laugh out loud. Well, there's a little more. And finally, Ryan says, I love how honest you are. You did not hide anything about that story. And then he says, that's what's cool about you. Jodi Arias tries to use him as an alibi. See, told you, after taking out Alexander. So then something over here, it says, because he swore they were just friends and he was not into her. He was not the least bit interested. Then Ryan says, I'm so sorry you had to feel that. That hurts me to think that you were so hurt yourself. And then he says, shaking, I'm so sorry, Jodi. Oh, God, spare me. Then he says, and I can't believe you saw all those texts. Okay, this is the thing. If she saw – Travis's text, it's because she looked in Travis's phone. I tell people all the time, do not look at somebody else's text messages. It is so rude and such a like if somebody is willing to overstep that boundary, they're that's just like the beginning of other boundaries that are going to be overstepped. I think that it's a huge red flag. If especially if you're just starting to date someone, the minute like if you're just starting to date someone and they're like, the minute it occurs where somebody suggests, even if they're like, look, you could put your face in my phone and let me put mine in yours and we have nothing to hide. Don't do it. It takes away your autonomy and your independence. Don't do it. It's not anybody's business, every little thing that you think or that you have to say. There's got to be some things that are for you. I have a husband now for 20, how old's my daughter? 22, so 21 years because I had a baby daddy for a year, but I married him, so it's all right. But we've known each other since our whole lives. We went to nursery school together at 3 years old, and then we went to kindergarten together, and then we went to first grade through 12th grade together. And I totally respect and I want my own independence. So I respect my husband's independence, right? I'm not going to, and he respects mine. I just think that it's important so that people know a lot of times in relationships, we see these things like codependency. And a lot of that codependency is because people are meant to believe that in a relationship that the best relationships are 50-50. And just so you guys know, that's not true. The best relationships are 100-100. You have to bring 100% of yourself and you have to be autonomous and independent. And then the other person brings 100% of themselves and they have to be autonomous and independent. And then at that point, you guys have 100-100, you come together and you stand next to each other. So there's no overlapping or no, where you don't know where one starts and the other one ends. So just keep that in mind and just know that these text messages were probably seen because she went through his phone. And then Ryan says, oh, when you confronted him, you told him you knew. And then he says, so he probably never figured it out that you knew things were up. And he thought he was getting away with it. So I could imagine what he was thinking. What in the world got into me? But it got to the point where I couldn't keep it in anymore. And I confronted him. Oh, that was Jodi. Sorry. What in the world got into me? And then Jodi says, but I got to the point where I couldn't keep it in anymore and I confronted him. We broke up and I kind of wish that was the end of the story. But he was persuasive, you guys, and we continued to see each other, even though we were no longer boyfriend and girlfriend. And then Ryan says, oh man, that's intense. You guys, he's very persuasive. So now it's Travis's fault that they got back. I can't. She says she had driven to his home in Utah immediately after killing Travis. It says they would make out or whatever. I guess she's talking about, see, you guys, she would watch Travis make out with other girls. Then Ryan says, yeah, but if he had nothing to hide, then you would not have found anything out. Anything you shouldn't worry about. And then she says, and one day while he was taking a nap, here we go, I took his phone and read his text messages. I know. See, told you. Then she says, but the feeling persisted. He said I was crazy to think of that, so I left it alone. So I asked him gently about it, and he got really angry, and it led to an argument. I had a really strong gut feeling. I'm not saying I'm psychic, but I've been cheated on before, and it is a very distinct feeling, one that I cannot ignore. Gosh, I'm making myself look so bad. Burns discovered the truth and testifies against her during the trial. Thank God. Then it says the verdict was shocking. This is the same stuff. The verdict was shocking, but expected, Burns said, after Arias was convicted in 2013. This last little section here says something about he was not the least bit interested. Oh, they were just, so this is from before. I think I read this. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I read that part. So then it goes, then I deleted, this is Jodi, then I deleted the message. We went to sleep and I never mentioned it to him. Anyway, since she asked what time it was, I decided to text her back, time with Jodi, good night. What? What a bitch. I wanted to tell her, but that would have just caused a lot of unnecessary trouble. But I felt so bad. This time I was the other girl. So now it makes sense in more context. Wow. The whole time we were seeing each other after we broke up. And then he had the girlfriend. Wow. Wow. This one here says Burns said he feels like justice had been served now that she's behind bars. Drawer saw an x ray that showed damage to Alexander's skull. So over here we see this. I don't know exactly where the damage. I don't know how to read this. Over here it says Arias shot her love in the head while he was in the shower. So they're showing the gunshot wound and the x-ray of that. And again, I truly believe that that was so she could be the last person to kiss him. Arias shot her lover in the head while he was in the shower. This over here shows, I guess this is the lungs. Prosecution lawyers also exhibited an x-ray of his back, which showed damage done after he was stabbed dozens of times. Mesa police fingerprint expert Heather Connor, right here, showed the court items that were removed from the washing machine after the murder. And look at that. It's all stained. Oh, these are the pants, you guys. Oh, just wait. These pants do her in. Oh, wow. Mesa police fingerprint expert Heather Connor shows the court the washing machine. Oh, this over here shows the blunt, sharp force trauma to right here, 1 3/4 an inch. That's like almost 2 inches in. That's big. And then we have slashes. Look at all these slashes. Look at all these cuts on his back. They believe that at one point he had his hands like over, and I'll show you guys, but over his sink in the bathroom. And he must have been looking in the mirror while she was like, stabbing him in the back, literally. The medical examiner's report detailed the extent of his injuries. This was a t-shirt Travis made. It says Travis Alexander, and she loved wearing it. I remember that shirt. Arias defense team claimed that this t-shirt was one that Alexander made and that it proved he was possessive. It doesn't say Travis Alexander's, does it? Oh, it does. Travis Alexander's, it does. Oh, that does not show that he's possessive. If any, okay, so, and I'm the first person to say, don't do this, don't do that. I think that if anything, that could be cute, right? Like, oh, you're mine, I'm yours. Now, if the person said you have to wear this while we're out so that people know that not to talk to you, no, that's a different story. But if someone's just like, oh, like that could be, I don't think that that shows that you're possessive. Then we have over here a snapshot of the couple during happier times. Was it really happier times though? He doesn't even look that happy here, neither does she. The two in the end look more happy than they do. This photo shows the day that it says, and this is interesting, the caption says, and this is all Radar Online, you guys. The caption says this photo shows the day Alexander had Arias baptized as a Mormon. I believe he's the one that also, like he was part of the ceremony or initiated it in some sense. But I don't know about saying that he had her baptized as Mormon more so than she wanted to be baptized as Mormon so that she could then become the type of woman that he would marry. Evidence included a shot of the hallway in Alexander's Phoenix home that led into the bathroom where he was killed. Okay. Then we have evidence included a shot of the hallway in Alexander's home that led into the bathroom where he was. Oh, I just read that. I don't know why they wrote that twice. Oh, look at this. Psychologist Dr. Robert Geffner made claims in his testimony for the defense that Arias's former boyfriend, Bobby Juarez, was abusive. What the hell does that have to do with Travis? Prosecutor Juan Martinez questioned Arias about this photo she snapped of Alexander in the shower right before she shot and stabbed him. So, oh, you guys, I don't know if anybody remembers this from the trial. This was the photo that if you blew it up, I'll never forget this on Nancy Grace. They were trying to look at, like when you take a picture of somebody, if the light shines on the person's pupil, you might be able to get like a figure, if you will, or something. Like you might see what they were looking at in their eyes. And it was so interesting because I can remember blowing this up and seeing what other people were seeing. I don't know that I saw like Jodi, but the fact that you could see a figure there, obviously there had to be because somebody took the picture, but it was just interesting. And then I hope they show the one with her pant leg, because I believe that really does her in too. So the x-rays of his skull were again presented to Arias's second penalty phase retrial that again ended in a hung jury. Again, I don't know if you guys remember, but neither one of, so she had two of them. So the first set of jurors found a hung jury on, now this is the thing. So she gets found guilty, but then there's like a whole nother trial for the penalty phase. And it was the penalty phase that they get a hung jury. And then again, they do it again, get another hung jury. And then finally, I believe that's when, I don't know if it's the law or if the judge could do this. I don't know exactly how it worked, but I do know that that's when the judge decided that she would have life in prison without the possibility of parole instead of the DP. So, and again, I think that this happens because Jodi was smart enough to know that she was, oh, I can't believe she still tries to say she's an abused woman. That's horrible. Wait, and the jury wouldn't find an aggravating circumstance against her. He poked the bear and the bear poked back. Travis, when the hell did you get here? Travis, I was like, I couldn't say the word prosecutorial earlier, and I was like, where's Travis? Here you go. You're here. You always come through, Travis. I love you. Where are all of Alexander's texts to J.A. transcripts of the phone sex tapes and what he was into? The issue in this case was sudden passion. They deliberated for what, 16 hours? So, Travis, I agree to disagree. I don't think that there was anything. Oh, wait, why isn't it showing? Oh, there we go. I don't think that there was anything sudden about this. In my opinion, she drove there with dyed hair, and I know as a female. So she had blonde hair with no bangs, went to his house with brown hair and possible bangs. I don't even know. I don't know if she had bangs yet, but she had totally different color hair. So she was definitely trying to make herself look different than what he was used to. She also, didn't she take a different car and she had the gas cans too. So that was all stuff that we had to take into consideration. Yes, I agree with that about stabbing him in the back. 16 years single. I'm happy, Ellen. I can't answer to any. Oh, you don't have to answer to anyone. I love that. But anyway, I don't think that this was sudden. So I think she planned this out. And I think that she knew that he was going the next day to the Bahamas with another girl. And she was afraid of what that would mean for her. I think she was afraid that, like, she knew that this might lead to him and this other girl bonding. And I think that that was a huge threat to her. I think that that scared her. And I think that, like, she was trying to give him one more chance type thing to, like, choose her, and he doesn't. So he chooses her in the sense that he has sex with her, but he doesn't choose her in the sense that he makes her his girlfriend and maybe his future wife. I do think so. What Travis is talking about, and let me see if I can do a quick search. Let's see. All right, let's see if I find anything. All right, we have here. Oh, look. Oh, I forgot about this, that there was a phone conversation. Okay, well, I found it on Reddit. Let's see. Let me pull this in so you guys could see it. Hold on, I have to sign in. I don't know why it's making me sign in. All right, let's see what this says. A transcript of the sex tape. Shut up. All right, let me just attach this real quick. Share. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Does that look better? Oh, yeah, you can see it a little bit better. Wow. So this is a transcript of the sex tape. I would play the sex tape itself, but I'm so afraid anymore because I've gotten like copyright striked a few times now. I'm like, what's happening? So let me just show you what Travis is talking about because I do think that this is important. And Travis, I think you're going to find that she uses, I think what happens is, and this is my opinion, you guys, based on all of the things that I see in my research, I think you're gonna see here that Jodi does these tapes and tapes these sex. The reason there is a sex tape, in my opinion, again, was because she was holding that as either evidence of something or to show down the line to him or to friends. Like there was a reason she taped this. I also believe that in taping it, she knew that someday she might have to make him look bad, right? Or have him do something or say something that he might be embarrassed about getting out. So that could then be used against him. I do think with that being said, that she manipulates. And again, does that mean anything? I know what you're talking about, Travis. I have a feeling. The one where the Little Red Riding Hood thing, I think it was totally out of line too. But I don't think that it shows consistent deviant behavior in a way that she's making it seem. So let's just read it and see what you guys say. So here we go. All right. This is how it begins. Jodi. Oh, she's like, whatever. Well, we'll see where it takes us. I like that. I get so trigger warning. I don't know what I'm about to say here. I get happy and get normalized part. She sounds like a child, nothing like the voice on the stand. Okay, so this is where she was like, we'll see where it takes us. I like that. They get happy and get normalized part, Travis says. Yeah, yeah. It's going to be June, though, the beginning of June to like the weekend in July. That's going to me time in Mr. Alexander's life. Jodi says, yeah, me too. Travis, and then the end of July too. Jodi, let's see. For me, I might take a trip at the end of the month to Utah, but I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing Daniel's summit, so I don't know if I'm going to do that. I want to, Travis says. Why would you go to Utah, Jodi? Just to visit and see the sights and my friends and all that? Travis, why would you go if you're going to Daniel's summit? Jodi, that's what I'm saying. It's like just around the corner, so I may not. Maybe just Daniel's summit, but I don't know. We'll see. Travis, Daniel, visit who? And it says he's joking. Jodi says, Summit. You know him well. You've met him more times than I have. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. So yeah, June, you're what? You're going to Cancun and then you're coming here? But once. Travis yawns. Jodi, what are you doing? Travis, oh, Washington, D.C. Jodi, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Tee. Well, if I can afford it, I'd like to go to Washington, D.C., but I think that's out. What I'd like to do though, I'm going to travel around with you. And um, if I have the money, I'm going to the Team Freedom event, which is in June. And I've got places to stay in Palm Desert. That's easy. No money there. Travis, here's the problem I have with the Team Freedom event. It's in Palm Springs, all right? Jodi, okay, in the summer. They're really dumb to have it there in the summer. Travis, yeah, it's like horrible place in the summer. Jodi, yeah. Travis, number 2. Their idea of social time is to get drunk. Their fun is to get drunk. Jodi says, not everybody. Travis says, training would be awesome. I don't like those people. I respect them as business people, but that's about it. Jodi says, really? She's trying hard to sound incredulous. And then Travis says, they don't have a soul. Jodi says, are you serious? And Travis says, they're godless. Like, just look into their eyes. Like, they're dark. You guys, could you imagine? He said these people are godless for drinking as he's talking to Jodi. Jodi says, what about people like Hannah and Mark Smith? And then it says, notice, she's the first one to inject some actual identities into the get happy, normalized part of the conversation. Travis says, Hannah's nice, and like maybe there's something there, but like I said, I respect them for all they've done in their business. And then he yawns. And then it says, and he yawns again, like them as a business associate, and then yawns again, but they're assholes. Ha ha. Jodi says, ha ha ha, you're crazy. And then it says, yes, that's the way she said it. Travis, look at them all. Tell me. And then Jodi says, oh, I guess I've just gotten to know a few people differently. That's all. Travis says, haha, like the people you got to know are the worst ones. Jodi said, and it says defeatingly loud, ha ha ha. Hannah talks a lot. And Travis says, talk, talk, talk. Jodi says, I know you don't like Abe. And then it says she waits. Travis says, yeah, well, he's soulless. He's like at the top of the list. And then it says dot, dot, dot. She interrupts and says, I wouldn't call him soulless. I would just call him like focused, like business. Travis says, he's not focused on business. Jodi says, I don't know. Travis, if he was focused on business, he'd be a solid executive director for starters. Jodi says, he told me the other day that he hopes to get your ring. And Travis says, he told you the other day? She says, yeah, you guys, she's clearly trying to get him jealous. Travis says after a pause, how the hell did that even come up? So this is what Jodi says. Ready? Because I went to leave him a comment on his MySpace because I haven't talked to him in like 4 months, and and he left one for me after not talking to me for 4 months, for 4 months, who, what, where, or something. And I was going to say the same thing back just to throw it out there, kind of thing. And I went to put add comment and it said, you must be the user's friend in order to make comments about them. So I was like, he's always been my MySpace friend. So I texted him. I said, hey, Abe, I've got a bone to pick with you. And he wrote back, what? And I said, you're not my MySpace friend anymore. And then the phone rang and it was him. He was like, hey, listen, and this is why, because I deleted you from my friends. I just didn't want to be any part of your drama with you and Travis. And I was like, okay. And he was like, it's nothing against you. I think you're both great people. I just don't want to be associated with that. And he was like, I hope you're going to understand that it has nothing to do with you. I think you're a great girl. I think Travis is an awesome businessman. In fact, I hope he gets his ring. And I think that would be awesome because that would be just that would just be more stories I could tell. And he just said it in passing, but he was like, I hope you understand. And I was like, well, okay. And then it says pause. And Travis says, it's either that and Jodi says, what? Travis, that's dramatic right there. Jodi says, yeah, I know. I thought it was two. He was like, I see. He bring that up though. He said, I don't understand. I see him in the bathroom and I'm like a ghost to him. Like he looks right through me. He doesn't even see me or say hi to me. He said I have no problem with that. If it's got to be that way, then fine. He's like, I have nothing against him. And that's what he said. In fact, I hope he gets his ring. That's what he said. And then it says, Travis, I'm glad he felt intimidated in the bathroom. Jodi says, he said nothing but nice things about you, but he didn't want to be part of my drama. I was like, okay. Travis says he's a ghost to me because what am I supposed to say? Hey, you kissed my girlfriend? You want to talk about that? Jodi said, very loud and very excited because you guys have to remember she definitely gets what she wants here. It says, very loud and very excited, so much so that I can't make out the first few words. She says, ha, that was before I was your girlfriend. She calms down and lowers her voice dramatically. You're cute. He says, nah, and she says, Travis says, you know what what am I supposed to say? You know what I mean? Hey, I just got ripped a new one because some drunk chick friggin' fell on me, and now you're drunk and you're trying to friggin' hook up with my girlfriend friggin' 5 minutes later, you know? Jodi says, when was that? Travis says, Oklahoma, remember? I was going to beat his ass. Jodi says, oh, he said something not so nice. It was a compliment to me. It was meant to be a compliment to me, but it was an insult to you. And I should have stuck up for you. I was intimidated and I was still like that. I need to work on and Travis says, yeah, you gave me, and then it says 90% sure those two words are correct. Oh, it says, yeah, you gave me so much crap. Clancy over Clancy, and maybe you didn't stand up for me and you were getting picked up. And Jodi says, but he was hanging all over me. And then there's crosstalk. Travis says, nah, no, not true, not true. We don't even need to go there. Don't even go there. Jodi says, let's not go there then. And then it says, we already said the other night, we're never going to go there again. Let's let it go. And then there's silence. Jodi says, okay, back to the team freedom thing. He says, I'm glad I intimidated him in the bathroom. He's still thinking about that. Jodi uproars laughter. Ah, you're funny. Travis says, I was seeing him too because I was right next to him. And I pulled out the I'll whip your A vibe if you say one word to me. And then Jodi says, ah, ha, 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 ha. And then there's a long pause. Jodi, I think you grabbed my ass, like right in front of him. Oh, Jodi says, I think you grabbed my ass, like right in front of him. Like when we were walking through the casino in Las Vegas in 07. We walked by and you grabbed my butt and you were like, there goes Abe. And I was like, what? I love it when you grab my butt, but you only do it when you're trying to prove a point to someone else. She's got insight. That's probably true. He says, that's not true, but I always do it when I'm trying to prove a point to someone else. She says, that's true. Travis says, you can't say that I don't work that booty. Jodi says, oh, never mind. You know how to work the booty. Ha ha ha. This is the next part. Jodi is all hearts and flowers as Travis talks about her butt. Oh, thank you, she squeals, as if she's responding to a comment he made, liking her eyes to the perfect confections inside a gold foil Godiva box. No, it's not her eyes that sparks his passion. It's her butt. She seems thrilled to raise the subject of her personal portal for intestinal what? That's what he thinks of when he thinks of Jodi Arias, the tales of anal sex. Oh, yes, he does. Now I get where this person's going with this. So you guys, so Travis in the Mormon church and in the Mormon faith, you're not supposed to have sex before marriage. So some people will do things like anal sex or oral sex because it's not vaginal penetration. So they feel like that's not like they could tell their friends I've never had sex with the person because they had, anal sex or oral sex. So I like this is all coming back to me. And I actually remember him talking a lot about this. And then it says, They happened, maybe not with as much frequency as she would like us to believe, but this pair shared a history, and the nature of their relationship is obvious. What really hits the listener is how flattered she is by his comments. I don't intend to embarrass Travis, but Arias, I'm up for that. Here's a few quotable quotes from the victim of false religious teaching. Sleep are cheating, domestic V, and being forced to be the keeper of the world's worst secret. Jodi says, you're an A plus. No relevant response from Travis. In fact, there's a lengthy, awkward pause. Ew, ew, you sounds happy. Oh my gosh, that's another thing about you. You have the most incredible stamina that I've ever dreamed of encountering. It's just crazy. I have that constant, renewable energy. I'm a giver. I don't mind receiving while you're doing the giving. I like to play. That's fun. In response to Travis saying that she plays whatever role she needs to play. I like being handled. Ha ha ha. Oh my God, you guys, you see that? It says Travis saying that she plays whatever role she needs to play. Isn't that the truth in like real life? Now we're back to straight talk. After they have a brief interchange about future adventures, she sounds more adult here. She's definitely digging for information. Jodi says, here we go about the Cancun trip. I said Bahamas earlier, it's Cancun. Jodi says, do you see us coming up here before Cancun? He said, yeah, that's my plan. Yeah. Jodi says, what's your itinerary? Are you going to do San Francisco or is that going to be another time? Travis says, well, my agenda is to do that stuff. Jodi says, and you'll see me and we'll do the Oregon coast and Crater Lake. Shakespeare, big fake yawn. And if that goes as planned, and then I guess you'll go up to what? See your friends in Washington or something? Travis says, I'm not going to do all that. Jodi says, so you're gonna, and it says, Travis says, you're the top of my list. She says, in more ways than one. Oh, God. Ah ha ha, that was funny. Travis says, I laughed. Jodi says, she gives a weird laugh. Okay, so you'll drive back? Travis says, yeah, I'm going to get to you. You're on the top of the list. I figured that's just too much. Like all that. I'll fly to Seattle, stay with my friends, and then go to British Columbia on that same trip. Jodi says, okay, are you going to be traveling anytime soon, other than Mexico, of course? Travis says, well, DC. Jodi says, that's not abroad. I mean international. And then it says, Travis says, no. And then there's a long pause. Travis says, I might go to Argentina in September. I'll probably go in September, like late September. She says, oh, cool. What brings you to Argentina? Just the event. A bunch of guys are going down there to live. And I said live because I'm so used to doing lives, to live. And I want to get down there for the month. Jodi says, who's going to live? And Travis says, and Danny Jones and a few other guys. Jodi says, oh, they're going to go down there and live? And Travis, there's silence. Jodi says, that's crazy. Danny Jones moved to Virginia. Travis says, good. Silence from Jodi. Travis says, he's just a waste of potential, that guy. Jodi says, he's got passive potential and he just squanders it. Travis says, he's a freaking loss. He, like his picture on Facebook. I mean, you're the you're the dumbest ass on the face of the planet. Face of the earth, he says, actually. Jodi says, I haven't seen it recently. What is it? Travis says, his hand grabbing his crotch. Jodi, back to her excited childish voice. Oh, yeah? Travis, silence. Jodi, inaudible. Are you 16 years old? Travis says, seriously. Jodi says, like, he makes you wonder. Are you a church member? Ha ha ha. And then silence from Travis. Jodi says, like, I'm all for wild streaks, but I don't broadcast it to the world. And then it says, long, awkward pause. Travis says, I almost made put a freaking interest comment on that picture. Jodi says, like what? Travis says, I almost put your mission president would be proud. Jodi, excited and speaking so loudly that the sound gets distorted. You should. Duh. Why won't ew, the word is you, but she says it in two syllables. Okay, so then she says, you should, duh. Why don't you? Ew. Travis says maybe I should. Jodi says he hasn't been back for a year, barely a year. I think he's back. You should, Travis. Don't be intimidated by him. You should do that to anyone. You would do that to anyone else. So why would it stop you with him? Travis says, why would you say that I was intimidated by Danny Jones? She says, I wouldn't. I didn't mean to imply that. And then it says she didn't imply it. She said it. I'm just saying, like when Victor Riaz was his friend, apparently got a hold of his, and then it says there's a silent spot here. And I think the word Jodi said was effing. Hello or helio, and said a bunch of, and then it says another blank. But at the end of the word, it's going to sound like bullshit. Stupid things. You blasted him to the moon, to Mars. Ah ha ha. You, and he's not even a church member to be held accountable. Travis says that's because he sent me an email and I considered it a personal insult. Jodi says, oh, I thought he just sent, and then it says inaudible or something. Travis says, maybe he did. I blasted Mario for saying that. Maybe I'm getting those two mixed up. Jodi says, oh, Travis says Mario sent me like some joke with the F word in it. And then it says the man accused of assorted criminal activities won't even curse. Oh. Jodi says, oh, yeah, maybe that's what it was. Travis says, and I ripped him to shreds, and I ripped Victor to shreds. So you guys, I get here that Travis is very, I've never read these. I did hear the tape. I don't know where all the sex stuff is coming, but it should be coming up soon. But I'm getting, and I hope other people are getting, an idea of their relationship and how they talk to each other. And for Travis, you could see that he he's very independent, and he's the leader of, his business, his household, a lot of things in his life. And you could see that here, and you could see that, of course he gets threatened by other men, not threatened by them, but like threatened as far as his relationship with Jodi, or that him thinking that they're into her. But she loves that. I promise you. I promise. So then, let me see. Let me just go down a little bit. So there's a silence. I'm skipping a little bit because I just want to see. Okay, here we go, because I do see something coming up. Travis says, you got great pictures. I don't know why you say that. You're like very photogenic. Jodi, well, I don't know. I'm not photogenic. I just choose them carefully. Travis says, no, you're pretty. Jodi says, thank you. Travis says, you're so attractive. Jodi says, I'm getting used to myself, I guess, in front of the camera. Travis says, you are. No, seriously, hun. Like, I've never seen you look bad in my life. Ugh. Oh, and then it says here, such verbal abuse, because she said that Travis verbally abused her. Huh? And then Jodi says, uh-huh, yeah, yes, you have. Travis says, no. Jodi says, when I have puffy eyes, and I've cried all of my makeup off. And Travis says, you don't look bad then either. You just look miserable, but you still look hot. Jodi says, all excited, that's funny that you say that. Thank you. Travis says, it's true. But then you got to think about, like, think about this. There's been times when you've been like miserable, and I've like argued you. Oh, no, that's never a good word to use. The woman here says that was listening to it says, oh, why did he use that word? Listening, it's very clear that he does not mean violent R, not that any R is okay, you guys, right? He's talking about an all consuming desire to have her. R is never a good word, ever, ever, ever. And I agree with that. That was a bad choice of words. Jodi says, yes, that's true, without a hint of negativity. Her response and tone of her voice negates the word he just used. We've had lots of makeup time, passion. He says, yeah. She said, that's true, but it's a good way for us to de-stress. Okay, this is the thing, you guys. Makeup sex is not good. Don't have makeup sex, and let me tell you why. Although when you have a relationship with someone, right, and, people argue, and then people make up, and then people have sex, right? That's okay. Don't have makeup sex. So what winds up happening is subconsciously rewards and punishments come into play. And oh my God, Nate. Yay. Thank you, Nate. This is a long live tonight, Dr. Vona. Oh, Nate, if you have to go, please don't feel like I don't want anybody to feel like they have to say. I'm just awake and I'm off for a few weeks, so I figured. And I already made 2 of my course shells, which they're hard to do, and I literally knocked it out while having the flu. Travis says the Reddit commentary is completely biased. So I think what's happening here is it didn't go. Okay, so thank you so much again, Nate. I am so excited. You have no idea. Travis, you're right. So love your expertise. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Can you guys please hit like so that I could get out there for people to see? And also subscribe, because a few people said that they were subscribed, but when they just checked that it was not subscribed. So if you could do that for me, that would be such a huge help. I always tell people I never expect somebody to give me their money, right? Trust me, I know what it's like to live on the struggle bus. But if you could like my stuff and make sure you're subscribed, and if you really want to pay it forward, share it on one of your socials, that to me is so important. I can't even tell you. So please and thank you. Okay, so back to this. So Travis, we just showed that he says the R word, and I don't think this is the thing. This is the transcript of the call. So I think depending on the person that's reading it and how they read it will depend on the biases there. And I do have to be honest, I think it's terrible that he says the R word here. I just don't see a whole lot of abuse. I don't know. It's just my opinion, and this is alleged. I do think that some of his fantasies were dysfunctional, to say the least, but they were that, right? Fantasies. So what do you guys think about that? Because the truth is, a fantasy isn't it isn't a crime. Even you could fantasize right now about, I don't know, going to the neighborhood store and stealing something, right? You could fantasize about that. Like, oh, I'm starving. I have no money on me. I wish I could have that sandwich. I should go steal one. But that doesn't mean that you're going to do it and therefore commit a crime. So I do think that there's a difference between the two. Now, I will say we often see that with some of these perpetrators, that fantasy and reality begin to blur, and then that becomes a problem. But as far as, and again, Travis, there's one text in particular or message in particular that makes me uncomfortable. And it's the one where he says something about her being younger and being tied to a tree. And hopefully we'll get to that. Let's see. Let me see if I can skim this a little bit to see if I get there. But I do think that this is good to show their relationship, right? Oh, so wait, she is okay. So she says we do that to distress. Yeah, that's true. We've done that. And in the middle of when we're just pissed at each other. She says, yeah, we haven't we? And again, this is bad, you guys. You don't want to condition or positively reinforce bad behavior. So by having sex, you're rewarding the argument that you got into. And I promise you, it is not uncommon for people in marriage therapy to have to desensitize themselves to the situation, because what winds up happening is, let's say they haven't had sex in a while and the one person, is really in the mood for it. Instead of like having a conversation or just saying like, you want to hang out tonight or whatever you say, they would wind up starting to pick a fight and then having makeup sex. So it winds up conditioning and conditioning behavior, and it's not behavior that you should want conditioned, especially if you want a happy relationship. And just to clear that part or end that part up, the best relationships, you guys, are usually boring. And what do I mean by that? Think of your friend that has the most dramatic relationship, right? It's all drama. So, and what I mean by boring is that there's not a lot of screaming and yelling and da 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 da. So intensity, right? So intensity doesn't equal love. Let me say that again. Intensity does not equal love. Just because something feels intense does not mean that it's love, nor does it mean that it's hate, right? It could be intensity. So I think that it is important that people are aware of that and that they stay vigilant about that and keep that in the forefront. So back to these text messages. This says, oh God, Travis says, but certainly the best times were when we just went for a romp session. Like we just go like forever. She says, you're not joking. Like there were times when we just, I can't, like, I'm trying to think of an example. There have been a few times where I've like bold enough to just pull you on the bed and start. And oh my gosh, do you remember that time I came to visit you and I was living in California and I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed and you woke me up by pulling my pants off and you were licking my fill in the blank. And I was so embarrassed because I had just like gotten my Brazilian on. And oh, guys, she just got a Brazilian wax. She was not embarrassed. She got the Brazilian wax in case he pulled her pants off, in my opinion. And I was worried about what it looked like. And I was like, and the lights were bright and they were on. And I was like, but I remember I was totally tired and I was asleep and I would have been completely content just cuddling with you. You had another agenda. He says, you got to admit though, there's not a lot of guys that would do that. Again, so this is his way. You guys also have to remember he has Jodi comes from, she has a lot of things that go on in her history. One being that I believe she gets caught trying to grow pot or something in 8th grade and her parents like call the cops or something crazy like that. And Travis's parents were rug users and his grandmother had custody of him and his siblings. So I know that he had a lot of trauma growing up as well. I think we're seeing some of that here play out, and I think that there's a lack of a good male role model for him that maybe, I don't know. I think that we're seeing this play out here. So then it says, that's the thing. I don't know what the ratio is, but I get the impression that it's kind of an awkward subject to bring it up, but eventually we're going to both marry people. And I just get the feeling that there aren't a lot of Mormon guys like that there may or may not be. I'm sure there's a lot of freaky Mormon girls, but are they the marrying type? I shouldn't say that. I'm just saying, are they that type you guys would, are they the type you'd like to marry? And I don't know. I'd really like to marry someone like you, a returned missionary, someone freaky. I've been thinking about that. I worry that I might feel like a wilting flower is all, who never really blossomed to her full potential, at least in the sexual realm. I feel like I still have plenty of blossoming time left, and I want to live all those years being that way. I don't know. Travis says, yeah. She says, that's all. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's funny. So it says after she shoots herself in the foot by saying that kinky Mormon girls might not be the marrying type, she shifts the discussion to her blossoming sexuality, fearing that she might never reach her sexual potential and lamenting the possibility of her wilting of her blossom. Travis shifts the subject. There's about 20 minutes of phone sex. Well, that's what we want to hear. And during that time, Jodi was shown to be more than willing participant. She got a few ideas of her own. I guess the question of her sexual blooming is a moot point now. After she says that she wishes to spend many years enjoying sexual exploration, one can't help but to wonder how she plans to do that while sitting in a cage for the rest of her life. Hold on, Thor. I'm coming. You guys, I'm going to let Thor out real quick. Give me 1 second. Chat amongst yourselves. Hold on, Thor. I'm coming. Okay, I'm back. The door's right there. Wait, I'm going to grab my drink because I'm so thirsty. Hold on. Hopefully everybody's like still listening and enjoying this. This case is like, I don't know. This one for me is a big one. Ooh, get my little blanket going back home. Okay. So then it says, here's some of Jodi's greatest hits from the conversation. I'll print, oh, nothing sexual that Travis said. That's the whole point. Oh my God, I remember this. Oh my gosh, that's so debasing. I like it. Oh, you guys, that was a whole friggin' point. Hold on, let me see. I have a text. Oh, shut up. Nate, I'm gonna punch you. That's in love. You guys, I'm an Italian. When we want to inflict pain, we love you. Nate, where are you, Nate? Where are you? Thank you so much, Truth, for telling me. Oh, it just sent you me talking, I think. All right, wait, how far back is this? It says Nate sent 5 Mind Behind True Crime memberships. Where is it? Nate, I want to make a big fuss. I like fussing. I don't know. I'm going to get to you, Nate. And I'm just going to say Nate 1,000 times before I do. You guys, this is so weird. I don't see, it says that Nate gifted 5 Mind Behind True Crime with Dr. Vona. I'm going to make sure, again, this is my first time, not my first time, but like maybe my second time using the platform. So I am going to look at it, but Nate, yes, you got it. We need to get her member count up. Thank you, Nate. I'm subscribing tomorrow. Oh, you guys, Andrea, just so you guys know, I will always keep my memberships $1.99. And I tell people if I am ever huge someday, please hold me accountable to that. I will never change that because I always want to make sure that everybody can join. And I look at it this way. If somebody has the ability to, gift a few memberships, that is like such a help. I can't even tell you. And the thing is, let's say you really, really like, if God forbid something comes up tomorrow and, Andrea, and you can't do that, if you contact me on the side, I want people to be such a part of this that I would Venmo you the $2, even though I probably see about $1.50 of it, or maybe a little bit less, maybe $1.20 of it. YouTube takes a pretty good amount, but I would still do that because that's how much it means to me that anyone that wants to join can. So please, if anybody ever has a problem, let me know. But also, if you come on here and you talk, this is the thing. Is Harlot here? Harlot, if you're here, Travis says, what about Alexander's greatest hits? I'm going to look it up in a second. Harlot, if you're here, will you please tell everyone how they can get a membership? So you guys, you could get a gifted membership. So like Nate gifted 5 memberships, and I'm looking right now to see if we could see who those 5 memberships went to so that we can, welcome everyone. I'm so excited. Nate made my day. Oh, did anybody else just hear Nancy Gracie, Jesse Grun? That must have been up from yesterday. All right, hold on. We might hear me for 1 second when I click on this because I have to click on it to see. Oh, there's not even that big of a There's not that big of a delay. See, it was right there. There's not. I see it here. Yay! Woohoo! Neat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, who got the gifted memberships? We have. Oh, look a squirrel. Bagels, Mrs. 101, Firehorse 66, and Sirius Black. Yay, you guys. Thank you so much for being here and for doing that, Nate. I'm so happy. I appreciate you. I really do. You guys have no idea. I know you always say that I'm like one of the most appreciative, or no, not one of. I usually get you're the most appreciative of them, but of the, anybody that they've ever donated to. But it's just because I know, I don't know. I know what it's like to be on the struggle bus, and I appreciate you so much. Travis says, oh, wait, there's a one of one I didn't get. So I'm glad you wrote that, Travis. All of that commentary, and he skipped stuff, is extremely bad for Alex. Yeah, I agree with you, which is why I was a little bit mad about that. And then you say, you can hype points also in the video. That's right, Andrea. Thank you for saying that. You can. But make sure that you turn on your gifted membership so that if anybody does have the ability to gift a membership or two, you could be one of them possibly. Travis says official girlfriend would not. The emails were submitted by Arias defense but never made public because the judge ruled they were hearsay. Really? Okay. Yes, you're back, oh Lucas girl. I'm so excited, you guys. And Sirius Black, we were just talking about you earlier, like in a good way. I think I did. I told everybody how I call you Prozac. Human, like you're my human Prozac. I said you can make anybody feel good. Thank you so much, Nate. So many people are so happy that you did that. I appreciate you. So let me look over here. So I'm like annoyed that this is just Jodi. The whole point of me doing this was to, so wait, let me say, let me try that again. All right, so let's see here, because that's not cool. Okay, let's see this one. Share this tab instead. Let's see. All right, let's see what we have here. The transcript of the Gmail chat. Ooh, I just clicked. Ooh, look how nice that picture is. Okay, I don't need that much of the picture. How do I get off of that? Straight A, stupid. Hold on. Okay. Oh, look, they have Casey Anthony here too. This is Juror 13 is what it's called. Let me just see before I do this to make sure that this is the right thing. All right, Jodi Arias. Let's see. Transcription of Gmail chat. Is that what it was? Oh my God, Jodi's letter to the Alexander family. Shut up. Calls to Travis. What? Okay. Here's excerpts from the voicemail. I was going to come to training tonight. What is this? Oh, 6 hours post murder. This is on 6408 at midnight. Oh my gosh, you guys, listen to this. She does this so that she can have an alibi. So 6 hours after she does this, she's on the road, And she calls him. I'll never forget this. Like now that I'm reading it, I can remember it, like with her voice and all. And she calls him and leaves him a voicemail. Meanwhile, he's not alive. And she says, "Hey, what's going on? It's almost midnight. Anyway, right about the time you were starting to gear up, I know Leslie called you. So I already called her. So you can call her back if you want, but it's not necessary. My phone died, so I wasn't getting back to anybody. And what else? Oh, I drove 100 miles in the wrong direction. Over 100 miles. Thank you very much. So yeah, remember New Mexico? It was like a lot like that. Only you weren't here to prevent me to go into the 3 digits. So fun, fun. I'll tell you all about it later. Also, we were talking about when we were talking about our upcoming travels my way, I was looking at the May calendar, duh. So I'm all confused. But Heather and I are going to see Othello on July 1st, and we would love for you to accompany us. I don't know whether Team Freedom event, when that is though, but it's on the list. So we could just do Shakespeare, Crater Lake, and the coast if you can't make it. If not, we'll just do the coast and Crater Lake. But let me know, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Ah, that is terrible. Then the next day, his friend Aaron texts him and says, "Travis, it's Aaron. It's about 5 o'clock on Thursday. I really need to get in touch with you, bro. Call me back as soon as you can. Bye." Wow. Larry says, "Hey, Travis, it's Larry. I'm just wondering where you were, man, for this meeting. It's 6:15. Thanks. Bye." Here's an unknown caller. "Hey, I just want to know you're alive. Called you several times and you're not calling me back. So, anyways, yeah, call me, even if you're not in the spirit world. Even if you're in the spirit world, I expect a phone call or a text or something." Oh, that's a weird phone call. I bet that person's probably like, "What the?" Then Regan says, "I haven't talked to you in a few days. Honestly, I'm really worried about you. So if you can give me a call back when you get this and let me know that you're okay, I would appreciate it. I hope everything's okay. Talk to you soon. Bye." "Hi, Travis. It's Alicia. I don't know what you're doing if you're busy tonight, but I really need a friend. I know I've been kind of flaky and kind of hit and miss, but it's just because my marriage is a joke and I'm trying to get out of it. And anyway, I just wanted to chat with you. Maybe we could go to a movie or something if you're available. If not tonight, then maybe tomorrow we can hang out or something. But it's just a matter of time before like there's so much stuff that leaving a message or text or an email, I can just fill you in on my drama of a life and crappy marriage. When and then it says inaudible. Out, it will be easier. I guess it says when it's out, it'll be easier. I know I haven't seen you in forever, but I feel like we can just pick up where we left off as far as friends go. I feel like it hasn't been that long just seeing you just because I see you online and stuff. But I realized the other day it's been a long time. So anyway, I also wanted to see like any connections. Could you let them in?
They're barking at the fence. Come on, door. I tried calling up to them. Come on, door.
So anyway, I also wanted to see like any connections you have as far as any girls. I know.
Come on, door.
I don't know if you know anybody looking for a roommate. I'm trying to get a house with my friend Laura. Do you remember her? Oh, I think that's it. I don't think Allie's out there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Ava.
Oh, yeah. Well,
And move out as soon as possible and get this joke of a marriage over with. So just give me a call. I don't know why I feel compelled to talk to you. I just think that you're in a good place in life and I could really use that. It could be really helpful for me and getting me back on track and actually to be around someone that's positive and going somewhere in life. So, you know my number. Talk to you soon. Bye. Oh, that was a crazy message. Do you think he cheated with her ever? She said we could pick up where we left off, but then she says his friends. That was weird, right? Wow. Oh, Chris. On June 4th, or after June 4th, it says, change of plans, Thursday, chicken pizza, and tell them for $100 a person. What? What? $100 a person? I need to know if you're going and if Mimi's going. Yeah, he's in the middle of a project, but you know what? His phone just didn't ring today, and it's not ringing now. I wonder what's up with that. I wonder. I don't have his home number in my phone. You do. I'm going to call you on your home line, dog. Peace. If you need to get a hold of me, just email me. I've got wireless internet. Okay? Late. That's crazy. And then the last one here is T for Travis, I guess. Email me, man. I left you a couple of messages on your home line. I've been trying to get a hold of you for days and days and days. If we don't hear back from you, muy pronto, like within the next hour, yeah, well, like seriously, we won't have room. So we're gonna have to just make confirmations without you, because I have to give the guy the exact number, because he gets a car just the right size. So if there's an extra space in his car, oh my gosh, dude, just let me apologize in advance. She said you can hang out with Abe. We've seen him more than we've seen anybody. It's kind of funny. Bravo. That's what he's always says anytime there's an applause necessary. He says, bravo, very unique. All right, dude. So no phone calls from you, no emails, no friggin' nothing. Jack, nothing. And then it says hashtag audacity. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. This wasn't what I was looking for, but I still think that was crazy. So that was calls to Travis. What else do they have here? Let me see what this Gmail chat is. I think that was it. Really? I can't believe I can't find this. What's this one? Yeah, no. I'm afraid to click on this, but let's do it. Usually I would tell you never to do that. Oh, look, it worked. Let me make sure that you guys are viewing what I am. You are. How's everybody holding up? Thor will see imaginary boogers outside after 11 and start barking. Yes, he will. But all he really wants to do is go to bed. It's not 12:30 yet, Truth. We're good. At 12:30, I get in trouble. I like turn into a pumpkin. She's got a passive-aggressive mastiff. He's a big P-U-S-S-Y. Sorry, he is. I love him to pieces. About Thor. Anyway, I hope you guys are still good. Are you guys good? I sometimes forget about that. Travis did not deserve what was done to him, but he was definitely a whore. So this is the thing, though, right? Let's just say he was. Let's say Travis was a whore and he had sex with, I don't know, let's give it a number, 70 girls, okay? So, do you know what I mean? Actually, oh, look, a squirrel. Now that I'm thinking about that out loud, because he's Mormon and a practicing Mormon, and in his faith, like he tells Jodi even that, oh, it's only 9:44 where you are? Okay, good. All right, well, then we're good. But if anybody does feel like, you know, you're like, okay, when's she going to shut the up? Like, I won't be offended. I know that I'm going a little bit long, but whatever. I have nothing else to do right now, so why not? And I don't feel great, so I feel like if we hang up, I'm just going to sit here and be like, oh, my head hurts. My head, my throat. So, oh, look, a squirrel. Because he's Mormon and he says that he really believes in the sanctity of marriage and, or like waiting till you're married and all of these other things. In that sense, I get it. I get it. Ugh. Oh, Casey, you just got your kiddo out of the shower. I slept late today too. Ooh, what a mess. Well, let me see if I can find it here real quick. Um, oh God, at one part, no more faking like I'm through with you. Wait, I have to read this. What? So this is May 26, 2008, you guys. This is right before. So, okay. Jodi says, okay, Travis, I don't want to bullshit that neither of us believe. Wait, let me make this bigger for you guys so you guys could see it. Oh, what's this? Can I read it to us? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait. You guys, I read it in 2 times. Hold on. Look, it's all the way on the very fastest. That's actually, and normal's right here, you guys, and I have it all the way on the fastest. That's how I listen to my stuff. This is how I listen to everything, including like papers that students read and stuff. Ready? Listen. That's so funny. That made total sense to me. All right, let's see if this is worth it. So me is Jodi, Travis is Travis. All right, I'll wait till it gets a little bit bigger to where I have it do this. So he's telling her to call. She says right now. He says, yeah. She says, deal. He says, but say it. And then he says, right. Hello, Jodi. She says, I'm here. He says, right. She said, right. He said, so let's stop with the bullshit. She said, okay. He said, all of that talk has happened many times and it's never changing anything. So let's quit with it. You're not sorry. I'm okay with that. If if you'll admit it, it should be liberating to you, right? I'm talking to myself. And she said, no. He said, why can't you respond? She said, you're not talking to yourself. He said, what is talking? Wait, what is taking you so long? She said, I'm reading what you messaged me on Facebook. She said, I didn't know you were chatting with me there. He said, oh, well, so are we clear? She said, yes. He said, so tell me the truth. Tell me that you're not sorry. She said, I can't just say that. That blanket statement, it's too convoluted. It's not black and white. He said, and be specific. Okay, we'll say it with details. Okay, so what's your point? She says, my point is that all of the things you said when you were playing tough, Travis, is true. He said, I know they are. And she says, so there's really no point of me continuing to breathe. And that's not a poor me crying for sympathy. He said, listen, we've been over this, right? Might as well just give up. Okay. And she said, okay. He said, so are we done with all the pretenses? No more faking. So no more faking. Like I'm through with you. Through. Sorry, my R's aren't working. She says, Travis. Wait, let me see if it'll pick it up here. Let me see if I can do it. All right, let's see if it works for this a little bit. Oh, no. Nah. Oh, wait, now I went too far. I'm just going to read it, you guys. There goes me trying to be lazy with that. Oh, wait, I have a message. A mod message. You can't hear what? Oh, you can't hear when it talks? Thank you for telling me that. So then I guess I'll just read it. Okay, you guys. Anyway, when I had it talking, it was like, it was like, I don't know what you mean by, because I had it in 2 times. So I'll just read it. Thank you for telling me that, Truth. Okay, let me get back to where I was because I went too far. I see sex somewhere. Hold on. Ooh, where am I at? All right, here we go. She says, Travis, in the most non pretentious way, you are like an angel. You guys, he's like annoyed, and she is gonna. This is so manipulative. You are like an angel that gets snared by my evil influences, but I too am like an angel that gets ensnared by evil influences. And along I come, looking for like an angel, speaking sweetly, acting nicely, pleasing you in ways you only fantasized. And of course, it's easy to get caught up in that. He says, well, it will save us a lot of time and energy. You're not sorry, so quit apologizing. And that way I can quit forgiving. Deal? She says, okay. I just don't want you to be miserable anymore. He says, you don't care, Jodi. She said, I only contribute to the misery factor in your life. He said, just stop. It's okay. I serve a purpose of yours, whatever it is, that's fine. She said, then what do you want me to say? Whatever the purpose is, I don't understand it. I've tried to figure it out. It's not marriage, it's not sex. He said, I thought I might break away this time, but you knew I couldn't. She says, I've proven that it's not friendship. Violated that one plenty of times. He says, you knew one call and you reel me in. You don't care, Jodi. Just say this. I'm not sorry. She said, I don't ever dare to hope for that at this point. He said, and I'll be okay with it. She said, okay, well, maybe a spark of dare. He says, I'm not saying it's friendship. It is what it is. No reason to label it. Let's just quit with it. Let's just quit with it all. If you want to sneak around, just tell me what you want and I'll give it to you. You'll get it anyway. Then I'll yell and then forgive. Why go through all that? It was the email and everything as true as it was my way of getting you closer because I'm addicted, he said. You are ruining my life, but I'm addicted. So that's fine, ruin it. But let's not hide behind the facade. Just do what you intend to do. I'm going to quit acting though. You know it's my own facade anyway, so I'll quit with mine. Now you quit with yours. And she said, honestly, aside from what I wanted to say, it was me that wanted to hear your voice just once. It's like a little fix. You're not the only one addicted. He said, well, let's just ruin each other's life then. I don't care anymore. If you want my freaking password, just ask. She said, because I'm horrible. He said, whatever you want. Whatever you may have found, it wasn't bad enough to deter you from whatever your purpose is. So who freaking cares? I'm just tired of all this. It's killing me. Seriously, I can't stand it. I can't keep up with the cycle. So let's just cut it out the act. So there it is, out. Let's just quit with the pretense. I tried to stay away this time. She says, no, I don't want to hurt you anymore. Bless you for your forgiveness, but you deserve better. And I don't deserve you. He says, but you called. So she called him. Wow. He said, but you called and you made sure I heard your voice. You knew that that would be enough. Now, how many infractions? It's obviously by anyone's reason that I should have never had anything to do with you. You just kill me every time and I keep taking you back. I've come to terms with it. I'm partially addicted to you. The positives, if all you wear is positive, or your good facade, that is, in fact, an act. See, you guys, he saw it. He said, I'm addicted to it, but it's bullshit. She said, well, there aren't any positives left now, so you won't be addicted much longer. He said, yet I'm addicted to it. And you know it. And you know I will take you back. And always no. I will get pissed, but I'll take you back. If you just equal the drama with my anger, I'll take you back. And that's why you don't hesitate to keep ruining me. Wow. You guys, I don't remember this. This is like, this shows so much. She said, I wish I were better. He said, because you can. You'll get away with it. You know it. She said, I don't want to. He said, okay, Jodi, you win. I'm addicted. I know how this is going to unfold already. I'm going to forgive you and you're going to do it again. I know that. And I'm going to forgive you and you're going to do it again. I know it. Why can't you reward me for trusting in you over and over again? She said, because there's no excuse for me to be alive. Oh, God. Where's the little violin? He said, and I'm not saying that, whatever. I'm only saying that because I see it here as manipulation, 100%. He says, I want a real answer. She said, I don't deserve any rewards. He said, you don't. I want a real answer. She said, I don't have an answer. I'm really awful. Truly. Can't you agree that that's the truest thing I've typed thus far? He said, please, Jodi, why? What's your reasoning? Why did you try to cover it up after I told you I knew? Why do you always lie? Wow, this isn't fair to me. Please, don't you see the pattern? You do something to make any sane person shun you. What do? I forgive you. I lash at you and then forgive. So he does admit to lashing out at her. Then you do it again. I talk through and forgive, and you do it again. I talk tougher and still forgive. This has happened about 30 times, he said. That's how many times you've been caught. What was she caught doing? Sneaking into stuff? She said, just because I'm not whoring around doesn't mean that I wouldn't act any different. I need to keep myself out of the situation, which of course isn't a problem at this moment. He said, so have messed around with, wait, it said, so have messed around with anyone else? She said, you're the last person I've ever been with intimate. He said, not, you'd like to with someone else, wouldn't you? He said, but, he meant to say, but you'd like to with someone else, wouldn't you? She said, my sex drive is gone. He said, I doubt that. She said, I haven't diddled myself once since I moved there, except for the times when we were on the phone and we did it together. She said, diddled myself. So she hasn't masturbated. That's what she meant. He said, well, it didn't seem to be a problem on the phone. She said, of course not. That's the effect you have. Nobody else can do that. Absolute kryptonite. I don't want to be a whore. I could joke that if being a whore for Travis is wrong, then I don't want to be right. But this isn't the time for jokes. I've been a bad influence. He said, like I said, I'm not mad about that. She said, I know, Travis. He says, why did you get in my Facebook? After all of this, these times, I've forgiven you. She said, because I suck. The sexual part for me was unevolved, was an unevolved way of trying to be more loved. Oh, you guys, listen to this part. Wow. The sexual part for me was an unevolved way of trying to be more loved. I knew you weren't in love with me. I knew you cared, but that it wasn't that kind of love. So when we made love, I was able to actually convince myself, yes, lie to myself. It literally felt for that space of time that it was something bigger and better. But that's the intoxication left from sex. And you made it so good. You became another person. It's like you nearly worship me. I feel so loved when we did it. It became absolutely addicting. But you weren't just a piece of meat. Hmm? Either way, that doesn't speak for the way I've treated you outside of the bedroom. He said, no, I'll admit notable you were noble in the sack, but it's because it served you to be. See, you guys, he's even picking up the narcissism here. She said, I know. The better I was, the more you wanted me. And the more you wanted me, the more we got to be together. I was a whore for you because I was a whore for that feeling. I was a whore in general, and I still am. He said, and you like being a whore, unless you could get something sexual from me, but outside of that, nothing else about it is worth anything to you. And how do I know? Because your actions speak loud and clear, and in you've had nothing to say in reply. She says, everything I feel moved to say wouldn't hold an ounce of weight with you. But what I was going to say is this. So I guess that means that at the core, I'm not sorry, but I still struggle with guilt and regret over it. No, she doesn't, you guys. She does not have guilt and regret, I promise you, in my opinion, allegedly. Travis says, you're not sorry for invading my privacy either. But at least I know where my value to you, at least I know where my value to you is. And it's not much more than that. I was a source of pleasure. That is, nothing else. At the core, I don't think you care if I live or die. I really don't. The pain you have caused is worse than death at times. I thought you were something that you were not. You scammed me. Oh my God, you guys, why don't I remember this? Did this never come out in trial? And you know you were scamming me. I think you would choose a dollar bill over my life. It's the other stuff that is blatant lies that I have a problem with. You're not sorry. You're not. You're not. So why say it? You know you're not sorry. If I was there, I'd prove how not sorry you are. So let's just leave it at that. I wonder what that meant. She said, if you were here, I don't know, but you're not here and I'm not there and we're behaving ourselves. I might get caught up in wanting to do the right thing. And then when you come around, I want to do a different version of the right thing. And maybe a two-way street. But I never mind. We shouldn't even be discussing this. I don't know what else to say. He said, say you're not sorry for it. She said, part of me is glad that we did that. Is it wrong to feel that way? Don't answer. He said, I don't know. She said, it is. He said, but you're not sorry. I know you're not. She said, it's a struggle inside of me. I want to take the high road, but the selfish part of me wants to take you. And if you were here and the opportunity presented itself, then I most likely would. He said, I think you are just determined and somehow thought taking from me somehow would benefit you. She said, speaking of taking, he said, I think I was a little more than a dildo with a heartbeat to you. Oh my God. He said, I think I was a little more than a dildo with a heartbeat to you. She said, I would have been content just cuddling, but I wasn't strong enough. Oh gosh. She said, again, I'm so sorry for that. I was way overcome. He said, no, not your fault. She said, it was wrong. He said, I know you're not. I asked that you not lie. You're not sorry. You're not. I don't ask that you be sorry. I ask that you don't lie. You're not sorry. And I don't care. I'm okay with you not being sorry about that. It's me too. She said, yeah, but it's me more. I should have been better. He said, then why? Um, why did you try to ruin me? Why? Just tell me why. You aren't who you say you are. So tell me why. Even now, you only talk, but your actions show that you hate me, even right now. Oh my God, you guys. She said, wow, I've never read this. This is crazy to me. She said, I don't know what you mean by ruin you. I would never deliberately set out to do that. I was bitter, yes, but I tried to be a big girl in other ways. By lending you my few $100s when you were, what? When your refi depended on it. By giving you a membership that would have taken me out of chargebacks, by devoting time to pushing through those last few counters at the last hours of the month so you would qualify. It was an endless struggle. I was resentful for other things, but I've always wanted you to succeed. I haven't deliberately set out to try and ruin you. I'm so sorry for what I've done. Those things listed above don't even begin to add up to counterbalance the horrible things that I've done. It should have all been different. It's my fault. I'm 100% responsible for this. He said, you did those things to reel me in. It was about you. Why did you manipulate me into loving you? Why me? I was a good guy. Oh my God. What? My head's going to explode. I can't believe I'm reading this. He sees right through it. He said, why did you have to do it to me? Why do you hate me? Why me? What was your objective? She said, there have been times when you've screamed into the phone so loud at me that the speaker was distorted, and then you hung up. The pain was so sharp and so deep that I couldn't process it. I could only scream in response to the air, and I would scream at the top of my lungs until my throat was raw. I hate you. I hate you. Until I had no energy left to say it. Oh, you guys, don't ever say you hate somebody if you can. Like if you could say, I don't know, I dislike you, but hate you, that's strong. She said, until I had no energy left to say it. And it had whittled down to a little wimpy, I hate you. And I just sobbed and cried until I couldn't breathe. You guys, this is so borderline part. I forget who it was in the beginning that called the borderline thing, which I've always agreed with and said as well. But this part is what we're saying. So she would cry until she couldn't breathe. She said, and also the intensity here is another big one. Somebody with borderline personality disorder, and I'm not saying she does, I'm saying when we look at these characteristics, we see at its core a fear of abandonment. And we also see an inability to regulate emotion. So we have emotional dysregulation and fear of abandonment and narcissistic qualities on top of it, which when together, this is the thing. Somebody might be watching this right now and think, well, wait, that doesn't make sense. How could someone be borderline and a narcissist? Like, wouldn't they be different? Isn't one like, not like being able to regulate in yourself, and the other one's more like, the person is so self-confident? The answer to that is no. They both very much have a lot of the same characteristics. Somebody that's narcissistic at its core is childlike, right? So they act childlike often. They don't have a high self-esteem. In fact, it's the opposite. And he sees right through her, and he sees these things. I don't think he has the terminology for it, or he doesn't know how to articulate it. But he definitely sees this, which is so interesting to me because I don't think I realized that. She says, but you know what? I deserve all of that. Every angry phone call, every unpleasant word. He said, what was the point? She says, doesn't compare to what I put you through. It doesn't begin to measure up. I've done you more wrong, and that is apparent without even keeping score. He said, you only showed that you hated me. You never loved me, only hate. Your words, they were lies. She said, I did try, but I didn't try hard enough. He said, your actions were truce. No, you didn't. You didn't try. What you did to me wasn't trying to love. It was succeeding to hate. Can't you just tell the truth, please? She says, yes, I became so resentful. It was all very selfish. An act to try to protect myself from the pain, but it didn't work. I didn't want to hurt you either. I am so sorry. He says, so many times I've stared you in the eyeball and said, if you ever had any love for me, you'll tell me the truth right now, and you'd look straight into my eyes and lie, and I knew it. She says, if it was unconditional love, it would never hurt you. I'm just not worth it. I'm not. You have so many bright and wonderful things on your horizon. He says, I know that. I want you to admit it. Your actions prove you hate me. Tell me the truth. I hate you. Say it. I want the truth just once. And then tell me why you hate me and desire to ruin my life. Why do you only try to blame me? I've had sacrificed so much for you. I've taken on so much heat for you and defended you, defended the lies you told others with the lies you told me. She says, I'm so sorry, Travis. He said, I gave you anything I could. I sacrificed everything I could, and you just tried to. Oh my God. She said, and you just tried to. He says, oh my God. Wow. He said, I gave you anything I could. I sacrificed everything I could, and you just tried to murder me from the inside out. How could you? She said, it wasn't really my intention to harm you. Please understand that. He said, you are so concerned with how many tears I've cried. You don't know what horror you've caused me. You cannot conceive. You have not felt as much pain in all of your life than what you have repeatedly caused me with your lies and your invasions and the psycho shit, oh my God, you have subjected me to. You have made me want to die on countless occasions. Wow. You have hurt me so bad over and over. And how do you repay me for forgiving you? By doing the same thing again. Couldn't you ever try to love me? You never saw me of more value as a piece of shit unless I was serving some purpose to you. I'm less than nothing to you. She says, I really did love you, but I let it get so distorted. I'm so sorry. I'm so, so sorry. So, so, so sorry. I have no excuse, none. He says the truth. She says, I just wish you weren't hurting right now. He said, I am shit to you. It, it would be the first true thing you've ever said to me. She says, She said, I wish that's all you were to me. I try to tell myself that every day, that you mean nothing in capital letters. And every time a feeling starts to creep back in, that I suppress it. And I tell myself that you are worthless to me. I'm so sorry. I really am. You deserve so much more than the crap I've given you. You deserve a wealth that is beyond the world. And I deserve a pile of shit for what I've done to my friend. He said, if I do, why do you only try to harm me? And she said, I don't want to care about you. He said, don't care? You don't care? She said, I don't want to care about you at all. He said, just be honest. She said, if I didn't care, I wouldn't hurt. And you wouldn't have gotten hurt. He said, just quit lying. Quit it. Can't you quit it? All you have ever done is lie. You have only told partial truths to cover up lies. Don't you see? You're why life sucks. It's your lies. Just tell the truth. Writing something, you stupid idiot. Wow. Wait, what? He said, writing something, you stupid idiot. Wow. I don't like that. She said, I may be a liar. I may be a whore. I may be evil. I may be a coward. I may not be worth the air that I breathe. I am most like the most horrible person you've ever had the misfortune of knowing. But one thing I'm not, in capital letters, is violent. Oh, shut up. Stop it, Jodi. Sit down. I did not and would never slash your tires. And he said, wow, wow, wow. You are something else. You are comical. She said, nor did I have anything to do with that. I didn't and I wouldn't. He said, you are a laughing stock. After all I've done, how could you be the way you've been to me? How? I want an answer. And then in capital letters, now. She said, I don't have an answer. I don't know why. I hurt too. He said, let me tell you why. She said, I guess maybe it was just a way of trying to renounce you. He said, because you only care about Jodi. Oh, bingo. Travis gets the A here. You only care about Jodi. She said, I acted immature. I acted stupid. He said, you don't care about me. She said, I should have gone about it. I shouldn't have gone about it that way. He said, that's why. And she said, what can I really say though? I agree. He said, you can tell the truth. Tell it once. You slashed my effing tires. You did. I know you did. You are a liar. You don't care either. You just see your lies is why your life. Oh, don't you see your lies is why your life is worthless? It will always be until you tell the truth. You've got to learn. Can you learn? If not, you are talking up people. Wait, if not, you are taking up people's air. You're freaking pathetic. Wow. He said, that is what took you so long to write? She said, well, it would have been sooner, but I was watching you type. Oh, that's psycho, you guys. He said, you said you were almost done and you lied again. You are worthless. You are shit. Can't you tell the truth? Is it impossible? Seriously? Is it possible? I love someone that never existed. What I thought was real never existed. Finish your utterly worthless email. Where is it? You said it was almost done. Can't you tell the truth? I know you got into my computer and erased the letter I sent to Lisa. I know you did. What? She says, what? No. And he said, shut up, shut up. I don't want more lies. You stole my journals. You stole my journals. You slashed my tires. And I know it. I know it. Why continue lying? Don't you ever want to tell the truth? Ever? You never have. Is there any desire? Any? I can't send the email at all. Why not, bitch? I've waited. She said, it's not letting me put your address in the recipient bar. He said, and now you tell me no? Copy it. How freaking convenient. Did you ever even write one? She said, okay, I'll figure it out. He said, that is your email. Who freaking cares about you? She said, I'm a full-time bartender now at a Mexican restaurant. He said, you think I care about your sob story after what you've done to me? A bartender? And then he said, you are a bartender. And then he said, perfect. And she said, it's not a sob story. He said, a slut's job. Job. And he meant to say job. A slut's job. Maybe you can get tips for BJ's. Oh, you guys, Travis, the lawyer Travis, like our Travis here. This is despicable. Nobody should ever talk to someone like this. So for like, to me, this honestly is worse than him fantasizing, in my opinion. This is bad. He calls her a bitch, a slut, a whore, tells her she's worthless. That's terrible, you guys. And what I noticed is she's not saying those same things back to him. She's agreeing with him about herself. Maybe you can get tips for BJ's. Oh, I'm sure you can. You're good at that. She said, yeah, according to what you said, I've had that care paid off in one shift with a vacation money to spare. Maybe I can use you as a reference. He said, yeah, you're a 3-hole wonder. You are good for something, and you always have been. You've never given out the truth for truth's sake. You have never. How must it be to be solely a liar, nothing else? You live a life identical to Satan. And you, after everything, send some bullshit thing down the pipe as you log into my Facebook. You are a rotten lunatic. She said, what does that mean? He said, Can't you remember when you chose to take away my human rights? What I've done for you? Can't all the things I've done to help you stop you from taking away what belongs to me? How can you be such an ingrate? How many times can someone pay someone for service by stabbing them in the back? You guys, she literally goes over at the end, like talk about pun or like seriously, like very literal. She stabs him in the back. Wow. Wow. He says, "How do you live? How does a heart beat in such a corrupt carcass?" What? He said, "How do you live? How does your heart beat in such a corrupted carcass?" Or email. Your email obviously wasn't almost finished. Another lie. Do you know how to tell the truth? Are you capable of it? Have you ever in your life? When have you had the temptation to lie? Have you ever resisted it and told the truth, even once? Of course not. Your parents must be proud. She said they're not proud of me. He said they shouldn't be. Oh my God, I don't like that. She said they didn't even come to watch me sing, even though the rest of my family did. Not that you care, but that's just to illustrate how much they're not proud. He said, Miss High Class server can't even get a job at a freaking diner. Even when you say you're telling the truth, you're lying. Even when you come clean, it's a partial version of the truth to serve your purpose. You've been nothing but a liar from the beginning. You are evil. If I was, it is gone because of you. Send your piece of shit lies fest so I can mock it. We already know based on all the last emails you sent and then invaded my privacy that it's bullshit. She said, "Look, I don't want to be like this." I think this is the last page. He said, "You are like this." She said, "I know." He said, "Like I said, I've never dealt with a more solid form of evil." She said, "I don't know what to do. I really am sorry for everything. I know you don't want apologies. I don't want I think she meant I don't know what to say. She said, "I don't know what to say." He said, "You are not sorry. What I want is for you to quit blatantly lying. We both know by your actions that you view me as pure shit." She said, "Can I just send the email? I'm almost finished." He said, "Pure freaking shit." And she said, "No, Travis." He said, "Your email is shit too." She said, "One day it'll be clear." He said, "I hate you." She said, "I've acted so wrong." He said, "Do you realize that? I hate you so much. You have been more of a cause of pain than the death of my father." Oh my God, you guys. He says, "You are relentless in your torture of people that have loved you and protected you and served you. And what do? You try to destroy them. You are the lowest of low. You are sick and evil. And knowing you makes me want to kill myself in punishment. I am so stupid. I don't even know if you are human. Hitler had more of a conscience." Oh my God. Wow. She said, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If anyone should, it's me. You are light into this world. I can't even compare." He said, "Then you," and then he said, "Shut up, just shut up." I don't like that. She said, "Only you would say that. Anyone else would see it for what it was." An Anchorman joke. I was just giving him a hard time for showing off and being such a ham. You and I had a conversation about his Facebook pics and their content. I was just razzing him. He said, "No, you were flirting with him and you know better. It's Danny Jones. Maybe you were just into the next dick, and he is an easy target." She said, "His temperature is cold when it comes to that." Travis says, "So you've checked it then. What a freaking whore. You're too much. Maybe Kyle Kimbrell then." And she says, It's based off a vibe I got at Systems many, many months ago. I tried having a conversation with him, and he was cordial, but never flirty or anything like it. Travis says, I'm glad to see that you were checking the vibe of Danny Jones. You must feel so classy, yet you flirt anyway. She says, Jodi, like you, I flirt because it's harmless, meaningless, nothing, and there's no intentions being uh, behind it. He said, don't freaking ignore me. Oh my God. She said, I'm emailing you. He says, and don't send me some worthless email with all your bogus lies. You don't know how to tell the truth. She says, okay, Travis, what do you want me to do? He said, your words are worthless. In everything you throw at me, it's all an agenda to serve your own ass, just like the disgusting call today. Have you forgotten what it's like to be human? She says, perhaps. He said, have you forgotten that you're dealing with humans? She said, no. He said, and by the way, your little comment to Danny Jones made you look like a cheap whore. Wow. OMG. What the fuck was that? Wow. You guys, what was that? That was not okay. And I have to be honest with you. I don't know if it's me being Italian, if it's from being from Philly. Like, I don't know what it is. But the first time I got called a whore, I would have I would have bounced. I would have been like, you can sit on that. There's a whore for you. You know what I mean? Like, who does that? Oh, I don't like that. I never heard the conversation between them either. I didn't know they existed either. I'm so glad I looked it up. There you go. Yes, that's exactly right. Travis, you're right. He says there's something defective in Travis. Oh, well, I thought you meant in both of them to keep going on and on. A normal person would have said, I'm blocking you. Please don't contact me again or I'll contact the authorities. This is the thing, Travis. That's what you would have done. And that's what, if I had a son, I would have told him to done, or my nephews, I would say to do. The problem is that Travis, unfortunately, has untreated childhood trauma, so much so that I don't think he sees this in that light as far as being able to block her and or call the police on her. So, like for me, I would never even think to do that. And like if you guys said it to me like, "Oh, Jane, you need to block him or whatever," then I might be like, "Oh, really? I should block him?" But from where I grew up, I don't know that calling the police would have been my first thought. It should have been. It should be, but I don't know that it would be. Oh, my neck needs a crack so bad. I don't know that it would have been, but you're right, Travis. That is what he should have done, right? And if anybody's in the situation, that is what you should do. But shoulda, coulda, woulda, didn't. You guys, has anybody else heard them? Like, that was crazy to me. Just to show a little, like, remember when I was showing let me show you. When I was showing the Reddit, and it said that it didn't give Travis's deviant fantasies. I do want to, because I can't find any of the other sex talk, and I do think that it is important to show it a little bit. So I just want to go over maybe a tiny, tiny piece of something that she says here so that you guys could at least get an idea of how she used this as like manipulation too. So I always say that two people dance together. And wow, this is just crazy. Whew. So over here, let me see. She starts talking about the storyline of Spider-Man over here. She says, he tells her that he's not a big fan of Spider-Man. And she says, I like the storyline, but I wasn't that enthralled with the movie. Remember, you made fun of me when I was crying when his best friend died? And she said, odd, this would be the time to say, remember when you sent me Spider Man underwear? You made fun of me because I got into the actual story. I was like, he was so insensitive. Travis says, I mean, who likes Spider Man? Jodi says, I know, but I didn't see it as that. I saw it as a love story, a story between, and what really jerks me was the way that they had become friends. They were best friends that were enemies that finally understood why they hated each other, but there was no reason for it anymore. But then he dies, and he didn't get to enjoy the fruit of their discovery, which would have been the mending of their friendship. I have to interrupt and share my thoughts. Da da da. Oh, wait, this is a lady. All right, I'm going to keep going. She says, anyway, okay, go on. He says, because he was silent. And then he says, okay, I don't like Spider Man. I don't like, and then you can't hear it. I don't like, and you can't hear it. I like that X-Men. X-Men are good. So I'll give you that. Batman's okay. The third was my favorite. Jodi says, I like freaking Batman. There was that. Wait, Batman Returns? Batman Returns, which was the Riddler played by none other than Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones. It's got big names. It's got Nicole Kidman. Travis says, huh? I don't even know what this means. The big black bat? Jodi says Drew Barrymore. And who else? Travis says, was she in that? Jodi says, she's in Two-Face, Batman Forever, I mean Returns. There's Drew Barrymore, Jim Carrey, Val Kilmer, Nicole Kidman, Tommy Lee Jones. Those are 5 huge names. And there may be others. Travis says, that had Val Kilmer. Or that had Val Kilmer. And Jodi says, Val Kilmer played Bruce Wayne. Yeah, it was a good one. Travis said, yeah. First it was Michael Keaton. Then it was Val Kilmer. And she says, uh-huh. And he says, then it was George Clooney. She says, no way. He helped Bruce Wayne? And then she says, he says, yeah. She says, and which one? And then it's inaudible. She says, dude, I got to watch that. Sorry. She says, dude, I got to watch that. He says, I'll tell you what would be a good one. The Green Hornet. She said, the Green Hornet. He said, yeah. She said, I don't know that. He said, not a superhero at all. A man that's like, and it says inaudible while yawning. And then it says, what a long, strange trip it's been. Singing Grateful Dead, which continues, but it's inaudible. Jodi says, I like it when you sing. The woman wrote why. He can't sing. It's bad, huh? Travis says, you know where I really want to go? Vermont. And Jodi said, who? And he said, Vermont. And she said, oh, yeah, it's a beautiful state. He said, I think I'm going to New Hampshire or Vermont. She said, well, what are you going to do when you go to DC? He said, she said, other than DC stuff. And then it's inaudible. She says, yeah, if I can go, I'm going to go. And then they're talking about songs. I don't know what you're singing. Everyone heard trucking. Wait, let me keep going. They're talking about songs. Johnny Cash. The national anthem. Jodi says, yeah, that's the soft version. I put my girly voice into it. It's really good. He says, that's nice. She said, I'm nervous about singing the national anthem. And then he starts singing it badly. And then she starts singing it seriously. He continues singing the national anthem badly. He sings that the flag was made of real hair. Jodi starts laughing. She's not really happy. He's completely ignored her I'm nervous statement and has gone into mocking the song that she's planning to sing. Travis is barely making sense now. He's still singing, and the land of the brave and the home of the brave too. Jodi pretending to laugh hysterically at something that is really quite pathetic. And then she says, "Shut up. I can't believe you're singing that. Never again, my friend. That's an important song." And then she said, "I'm so digging that song. That's on my profile on my MySpace right now. It's called Clumsy by Fergie." And Jodi says, "I know it's just one of those songs that you would just get sick of hearing, but it's funny, funky beat." All right, let's see. Let me keep going. She's talking about Fergie. Oh, they start singing together eventually. And they keep singing. I don't know if you guys know this, but she has a good voice. She actually won a singing contest like the first year that she was in jail. She sang "Oh Holy Night," I want to say. I think so. I'm trying to see if there's any. Yeah, this woman said that she had put other stuff there, but I don't see any of that stuff. And I did see the one, so I'm confused about that. Um, did I go too far? No, it's about her puffy eyes. I read all that. Where was the part that I read that said, um, oh, was this it here? Yeah, so here goes some of the things that she wrote that are quotes in her thing. "Oh my gosh, that's so debasing. I like it." So I guess these are things to show her manipulation or her part of it. She also says, "How will we do that? Oh, yeah, you're smart." She says, "That was surreal. You were amazing. You made me seriously, you made me feel like a goddess. I'm not saying that you were worshiping me, but you made me feel like I was the most freaking beautiful woman in the whole planet. I mean, I felt so like a goddess." Then she says, "If it's wrong, I don't want to be right," talking about vaginal sex. "So much for the law of chastity. What's wrong is I wish we were doing it before." Oh, so not only so oh, that's interesting. So instead of saying what's wrong is that we should be married or something, she says, "I wish we were doing it before." And then the next one is, "I think when we do the porn star thing, I'm going to put a little extra makeup." She said, "Yeah, like you bust me for being nude in public." And I'm like, "I want to go and be one with nature." And you're like, "All right, you can redeem yourself in only one way. Ha ha ha." And then she writes, like they write novels about this stuff and it sells. It's like for lonely women, but you can come become millionaires. Ha ha ha. She says, "Hang on. I thought I just wait, Ava, do you need my car key?" It's in my pocket. Um, it's I think it's in my pocket. It is? Okay. She says, like, they wrote novels about this stuff and it sells. It's like for lonely women and you can become millionaires. Hang on. I thought I just heard something. Let me double check. All right, we're good. You're welcome. Love you. What are we going to do with ourselves? We're just horny toads. You are like superhuman. I hope you know. You even have a sexy yawn." And then she says, "I introduced you to KY, I guess lubricant. KY just keeps going as you need it. And you just keep slipping and sliding around." Oh, that's nice. And then she says, "Do you remember the first time we grind it? Like at Ennerberg or whatever? It was a place. I'll spare you the gross details, but she certainly doesn't sound the rejected like the rejected person." And then it says, "Now the main event is done." Oh, see, that wasn't the main event. She talks about grinding, jizz, watching Deal or No Deal with Robin Williams movie, and some cool stuff. Travis showed her from the Book of Mormon. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know. Let me come back to you guys real quick. Hi, guys. What is going on here? I wonder if they were always like that when they fought. Probably. It sounds like he was a verbal abuser and she got off on it. This is the thing. More than she got off on it, I think it was what she considered normal in a way that it was okay. Like I said, if Ryan if my husband talked to me like that, we would be on here and it would be the Jaime Vona case because he'd be done. You know what I mean? So, like when we first started dating, my dad was like, "What size shoes do you wear?" And I'll never forget Ryan being like, "Oh, I forget. Oh God, I don't even know what size shoe my husband wears." Anyway, he tells my dad his shoe size. And my dad goes, "Good," and then looks at my uncle Phil and was like, "Phil, he's a size." I'm just making this up because I forget the number. I can't believe I forget what size he is. "Phil, he's a 10 for those cement shoes." And I'll never forget Ryan like whipped his head and I was like, "You guys, nobody's ever going to go on a date with me if you keep making these jokes." Like and then my uncle made him hold his drink and like slapped him in the head and pushed him to where like and he's like, "Good." He's like, "You didn't spill any of my drink." I was like, "Oh my God, this is so dysfunctional. I can't." But he stayed. So there you go. And now all these years later, we're up there. There you go. All right, so how we doing over here? Barbara's here. Barbara, I should have texted you. Um, they don't date a Latina or Sicilian. Words matter. I'm Sicilian, Travis. I could be, well, no, I couldn't be a mafia boss because I'm a female, but go watch the entire trial because it brings a lot more light than we ever knew. Absolutely. Oh, Cuff U's here. Hi, Cuff U. Jamie's here. Oh my God, look at all of the homies are here. Kelly Dime. Oh, you guys. I feel so special. Sorry, I'm back. My daughter wanted me to play dolls. Oh, absolutely play dolls. I still have my Barbies from when I was little, and my excuse was that I kept them for my first daughter, then my second daughter, then my nieces, and now there's like no one. And I literally right there have a whole closet, and it's full of like the Barbie house, the Barbie car, the Barbies, all of the things. And I'm not ready to give them up. So I don't know about that. What did Barb say? Dr. Ruth was big on KY. I love Dr. Ruth. Do you know that as a teenager, I used to tell people that when I grow up, I wanted to be the new Dr. Ruth. So that's funny that you say that. And then I go into get my specialization in marriage and family therapy. And sexual deviant who got disbarred. Wait, Dennis Grind. Oh, the prosecutor was a sexual deviant? So wait, what did he do? What's this one say? I literally almost got into MLMs are bad. She almost convinced you. Yeah. But she gave him money from her sales so he couldn't get a loan. They worked at a multi-level marketing legal plan that was a scam. Absolutely it was. It was an MLM. The more I'm listening to this, I remember watching the trial. It was crazy, right? It's all bringing it back. We're definitely going to have to do more than one live on this because there's so much like I didn't even get to. You love Dr. Ruth, me too. I feel so bad because I've been sick, so I haven't done much in the last 36 hours. The fact that you stopped and played dolls is amazing. I promise you. She'll remember those times and they'll be the things that really matter. Do you know what I mean? I've had clients in the prison that have told me stories about Jodi from both jail and prison. She's very popular with the other inmates in there. Kelly says, I used to love Dr. Ruth. She was so hilarious. And then True says Dr. Ruth was the shit. You guys, Ann Landers. Why does that sound familiar? But I'm like, I love Dr. Ruth. I could be the new Dr. Ruth. I'd have no problem with that. Wait, let me see. Let me see if there's some. Let me see what else I have here since my new friends are here. Oh yeah, she won the singing contest. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I could get us to a video since we didn't watch any. Hopefully, I don't get punished. Let's see what happens. Here, I'm just gonna go to anyone. Let me refresh that. See what happens. Can you guys please do me a favor and subscribe? I know some of you are subscribed already, but a few people that were looking said that it didn't say subscribed anymore. I think YouTube does that sometimes. So if you guys could please, please, please go subscribe, you would help me just as much as if you were leaving a super chat. I don't think people realize that. Okay, let me share my next thing. Is everybody still good? We still have 54 people in here, so, you know, we're still good so far. We good? We good? My uncle gave Dr. Ruth a ride home from the grocery store, and he was a complete stranger to her. Nuh-uh. Y'all ain't heard me sing. Jodi ain't got... Oh, wait. Jamie, you sing? Wait, hold on. Wait, we need a new Dr. Ruth. Sex and Karen Society does need a popular sex ed speaker. Sign me the MF up. I could talk sex all day. Sorry, I don't want to have that in her name either. Wait, who said... Oh, Cuff You. Cuff You, you sing? So do I. I love to sing. It's like my favorite thing to do. I sang at the Academy of Music when I was 15. I vote Dr. V. Oh, let's do it. I will so be the new sex therapist. You have no idea. I'm totally okay with that. I'm like one of the only people not one of the only people, but I'm one of the only people I know that have no problem talking about sex, like in detail to anyone, strangers, old, young, all of it, all of the things. Casey, you're good too? We're going to have to get like a band over here. Anybody else do any of the other things? Do we have any like guitarists or? I'll be a backup singer. Wasn't there a Dr. Laura too? Kat, I don't know. You think so, Cuff You? Oh, dear Abby, remember her? You guys, where are all these people? We need a new one. How do I start it? How do I become the new Dr. Ruth? Dr. Vona, sex therapist. And like I said, she did bring it to mainstream TV. I will actually say she brought it to radio too. I'll never forget my parents would have her on, but I never, like, I was younger and I didn't realize like what they were listening to. And the one day, I forget what it was, but I like ran upstairs or something and turned it on because I was like, did she just say dildo? And I like ran upstairs and I like called my friends and I'm like, oh my God, this woman's saying dildo on TV. And we were like cracking up laughing, you know, the penis and all that stuff. And make a spinoff channel, Sex Therapy with Dr. Vona. Dr. Drew, Love Lines. I do remember that. What could we call it? Cuff You. If I do a sex channel, and will that really work? You know what I mean? I wonder how I could do it. I guess we'll find out. But I'd be willing to try. Like, I wonder if I already get in trouble for shit on here. All right, hold on. Let me pull up my next thing real quick here. But yes, if you guys could please subscribe. I've only gotten one subscription since I've been live, which is pathetic, you guys. I need to get more. How about this? I have an idea. Wait, where is it? How about I'm at 43.47. If I get to 43.50 by the time I'm done, I will donate 5 memberships. So make sure your memberships are on. So I only need a few people to subscribe. So I will check back in a couple minutes and see if we made our goal. In the meantime, I do want to show you. Let me show you this. Oh, that's funny. My that's actually funny. Let me show you. I can't believe I'm showing this. All right. I was like, oh, what is that? And I forgot that I went on my wait, look at my face. I have a pause. All right, there we go. I had to change my face on the pause there. Let me see. What do I have over here real quick? I could see everything over here better, you guys, as far as like, I don't know if you guys could see this, but I could see it better there. What's this? Engage with your audience. Schedule your live to switch to members only. I didn't know you could do that. We're not going to do that to people right here. I'm just saying. I used to love listening when they were on the radio at night. Yes, we need something like that again. I'm in. Yes, people subscribe. And Harlot put on there how to put your gifted memberships on. Truth Exposed is my longest member. Can you believe that? And you guys, I will do a members only stream soon. This is new. I can't believe it. Schedule your live to switch to members only. Maybe I could do that next time. So make sure you become a member if you want. Again, it's only $1.99. I made sure that it was hopefully doable. I feel like I find $1.99 in the laundry. You found my channel because of the Reiner case. Get out, James. Thank you. How do you give a membership? Barbara Hall, you are so cute. You go to the little, by the, if you go where the chat is, you see like the happy face next to it, and then next to that, oh look, I'm doing it right here, if you could see. This little thingy here, you click on that, and then membership gifting, and it's right there. So let's see. I have a feeling I'm going to wind up giving out the 5. Anyway. Effing hilarious. It says, do y'all ever listen to the first date callback when folks? I was asking how to gift one. Oh, Barb, you do the same thing. Look, if you click on this, see where it says member. Oh, wait. Yeah, see where it says membership gifting? It's right there. That's very nice of you guys. I really do appreciate it. And Barbara, you've been a member for 3 months. Barb, you're the best. Happy New Year. All right, let me see if I can just jump over here real quick. I'm jumping all around tonight. We'll do like one more thing, let's say. 50 Shades, yes. So this is a question. So there are these cycles of literature that really shock the country and everyone jumps in. Topic of cancer, then 50 Shades was a whole thing everyone was talking about. Doctor, why is that such a huge sensation? So I could talk on this a little bit. So the 50 Shades of Grey and everything, because that one, that was like most recent, I guess. I think it's a way, it's fiction, right? So it's a way that people can engage together as a community in a book, and then, because it was a book first, right? And then discuss it with others. And by having it as like a book, whether it be via a book club, whether it be online, whether it be on the radio, having a book that everybody can read together and then talk about really helps, right? But then having it on sex or on 50 Shades of Grey. So this is my question to you, Travis. Do you mean the sensation behind talking about like things like 50 Shades of Grey or being into it? Because they are two different things. And it has everything to do with your fantasies. Hidden Desires fantasies that came out in the forefront. Why was that such a huge seller? I didn't say it, and I don't know the story, but I can make an educated guess, right? And I think that it allows people to fantasize, and it allows you to know that other people also fantasize about things as well. So when somebody reads a book like 50 Shades of Grey, the fact that somebody made a book, the 50 Shades of Grey, lets the reader that identifies with the book or that is into the book, and I haven't read it, so but it was pretty detailed. So I think it allows you as a reader or consumer to take in the information, fantasize, and know that you're not the only one too that thinks this way or that um I believe, and I don't remember the whole story, but I believe she was like submissive. Am I right? The girl? Or was he submissive? She was submissive, right? Because that does matter. And I think it all plays into, and 50 Shades. I forget what 50 Shades meant, but wasn't it like 50 Shades of like sex and stuff? Am I wrong about that? Somebody give me a brief synopsis here. But again, it allows people to delve into, and like you were saying, it's very detailed, right? So it allows people to dive into it, get detailed, and it's like that fantasy. And especially a lot of people, they want to explore their sexuality and stuff like that. Go watch the movie. Yeah, Secretary. Okay, is that like Debbie Does Dallas? I'm just kidding. Do you guys remember that stuff? Um, I can't believe I just said that. So Travis, I think that it has to do with fantasy, and I think it has to do with fantasy, community, um, and allowing yourself to engage in something that is taboo. And when I say taboo, sex isn't taboo, right? But I believe from put my freaky side back in its cage. That's funny. I think that that's so funny, you guys. You guys are so funny. He was the dominant one. Okay. Again, so even with Travis and Jodi, ooh, my TV just went on by itself. Even with Travis and Jodi, right? They even fantasize like so much to the point of where she tapes a tape and it's put on trial when she's on trial. So, but I think that fantasies allow us to go places in our thought process that were forbidden. And knowing that somebody else, like, let's say I said something about 50 Shades, and 3 people at work were like, oh my God, I love that book. Or like, oh my gosh, I'm reading it right now. It then also lets you know that those other people were just as interested or had questions. Some people might read it for, to see what happens. They might have questions. There's a lot of people, believe it or not, you guys, who didn't have a parent or who didn't have, and you guys tell me, did you guys get like the sex talk and everything? My mom gave me the sex talk. It was like way too late. I was like, cuz that ain't even how it works. Like, bitch, you need to sit down and I'll need to school you because you got that all wrong. And I'll never forget. She just laughed so hard. She's like, I don't know whether to hit you or laugh. And I was like, I don't know, but you're a few years too late. With that being said, sex was never taboo in my house. So we always we could talk about sex if we want. I could call my mom right now and ask her a question about sex and not feel like embarrassed. Could you guys talk to your mom about sex? Like if you called right now? And this would be assuming that your parents are alive and stuff like that. But would you be able, oh, the red light district with Dr. Vona, I'd love it. Yes. That is too funny. You found out in the schoolyard. That's where a lot of people find out, right? Or by like trying stuff. Wait, yes, then a full-time dominatrix, oh, submissive relationship with written limits. Oh, Travis. So that is so fantasy. So we have limits, right? And it's about breaking boundaries, overstepping boundaries, seeing what happens next. And again, it's something that we can read where, even people who like feel like porn and stuff is taboo. No, I just said it. I mean, whatever. Um, I think that it allows people who think that taboo topics and stuff, it gives them a way to fantasize or search those things out and even ask questions about them. So I think it's a good thing. I will say this though, I didn't read the book or watch the movie. And I do remember now that Travis said that it was almost to the point, right? Wasn't it like dysfunctional as far as like her? Well, yeah, I guess she was being submissive. And it's one thing to fantasize, you guys, right? And it's okay. If you want to have a fantasy and you want to be the dominant one or the submissive one, you go right ahead. I tell people all the time, what is normal for one person might not be normal for another person, right? As long as it's normal for your relationship and it's not deviant behavior, then it should be okay. So, for example, if two people like to have corn on in the background, go for it. If you're both good with it, right? It's violent corn that we're not, that is, dysfunctional. So you might have somebody else that thinks that that is too much and that they don't agree with it. And as long as that's okay with someone else, then that's fine. Then you guys don't watch that. And maybe you teach your kids that that's not something you should be into. But again, if you were in therapy, I would say the main thing is, are both people on the same page? Because if they're not, that's where we have an issue. If you have one partner that's like, oh, I want to, try new things, and the other partner's like, I don't, that's where we can get into a problem. And that's where we might see somebody seeking something outside of the marriage. But I will say that there's nothing wrong. She's a college student. My sister and I were confused. We didn't know what to think, and we were scared. Thank you for saying that, Barbara. I'll never forget my little brother. He thought that sex was when two people kissed naked, and me and my friends were laughing so hard. He's almost 4 years younger than me. And I might have just found out about sex at the time. So I was like, I know what it is, and you're so wrong. And I'll never forget. I went to my mom and I was like, Joey thinks that we're here because you and Daddy kissed naked. And I just remember her being like, huh? It was just funny. But I talk to my daughters about sex. Sometimes it's hell when a gay girl sleepovers. Listen here. I never even thought about that. Having a gay child that has sleepovers. Just had one the other night. Is it bad? Like this, all right, I'm taking off my Dr. Vona hat and putting on my Jaime Vona hat real quick. Is it bad that I'm like, it's okay because they're girls and they're not going to get pregnant? Is that like ignorant? That's ignorant, isn't it? I'm going to go let Thor out. When I come back, I'm going to find out if you think it's ignorant. It is a little bit. But again, I'm being Jaime Vona, not Dr. Vona. I would never say that as Dr. Vona. Only as Jaime Vona, because I'm human. Right, you guys? All right, hold on. Let me let Thor out. Hold on, Thor. Thor, you were just out. Now it's midnight, that's why. That's so funny. It's almost like Thor can read the time. I just realized that it's 12 o'clock. And anyone that knows Thor knows that at 12 o'clock, he gets antsy. And by 12:30, he's like, bitch, we're going to bed. You're just laughing, Barbara Hall. Barbara, did you have a sex talk with your kids? And what do people say with the sex talk? I'm the house that all the friends, like my kids will be like, Mom, my friend has a question. And I'm like, bring it on. Okay, so let's see. That's a nice thought. I'm not about to be a snitch. I sit back and enjoy the show, ladies. Don't have words, I'm just laughing. Gravity. No girl when you're a gay girl. That's called blessed. My grandmom didn't think you could get pregnant if you were on top. I'm going to die. Stop. That made my whole night. That is a riot. Grandma didn't think you could get pregnant if you were on top. Stop. I'm dead. How funny is that, you guys? Oh my God. So funny. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me go down in my chat. Hold on. Oh, there we go. You guys, did you talk to your kids about sex? Oh my God, Casey, you sent. Casey, thank you. Casey, you guys, yeah, let me say that again. Casey sent one membership, gifted membership, and it went to Sky Painters Boomy Tunes 2974. Please thank Miss Casey Marie, not Casey Anthony. This is the good Casey. We like this Casey. Thank you. Oh, you're glad that one showed up. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You have no idea, you guys. Like, they're the like little things that get me to that let me know that people do want to hear what I have to say and get me to come on. Sometimes you just don't know. Thank you. You watched YouTube Science with your daughter? So how did that work? My daughter and I talked about everything, never awkward. I just always made everything funny. That's me, Andrea. Go watch prawn bloopers. I will. I'll watch it after this. That is too funny. So wait, you want to hear the next ignorant thing I have to say before I put my Dr. Vona hat back on? So Ava, my big daughter, we always, well, she's bi, and we always talk, but she's never had a boyfriend. She's only had a girlfriend. And she still has the same girlfriend. But there's this boy that we always say he's going to be my future son-in-law. And he just asked her if she wants to go to Florida to go visit his family on spring break. And she was like, Mom, can I go? I was like, yeah. I'm like, what's going to happen? She ain't going to get pregnant. She ain't having sex with him. Then I thought about it. I'm like, she's bi. And I'm like, oh my gosh. But I don't care because, no, not that I don't care. I mean like that. I meant like, I don't care what she wants to do. I'm glad with anyone. Anyone that makes her happy. As long as they have a job someday, I could give a shit. Let's see what else we have. You guys are great. There's a lot of stories I didn't want to hear. That's so funny. I said, I'm your mother. Barb, my mom said the same thing to me. She would be like, because my mom would always teach us, like, oh, you should tell me everything. She would say, there's nothing I can't handle if I know it. So, like, don't let me find out from other people. Just tell me I can handle it. Like, even if I get upset in the moment, I will be so much happier at the end of the day that you came to me, da 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 da. Eventually, Barb, she said the same thing. She would be like, all right, Jane, like, enough. I'm your mother. I don't have to hear everything. I'm like, but you said you wanted to know. So I'm just sharing. And I shared. I'll share. I don't give a shit. I'm a share. All right, let me refresh this and see if we got any new subs. Hopefully we did. We probably didn't, but we'll see. You guys, I want to punch all of you. Ready for this? Punch, punch, punch. And again, my punch is like, I love you. I have, wait, I have it right here. I got it. I got my 3 that I needed. So let's gift 5 memberships before we end the stream tonight. How are you guys holding up here? It's been a minute. I've been on here for a while. All right, hold on. Let's see. Membership gifting. You got seen with menopause. That's funny. All right, let's see. Let's gift a membership. Here goes 5 of them. All right, I just gifted 5 memberships, and our 5 lucky new Mind Behind True Crime with Dr. Vona members are Andrea, yay! Magdalena, yay! Eve, Jad 3 Abad, and who's this? Rockiereness? Yeah, I said that wrong. Thank you, For all of you joining, Travis says HPV vaccine for kids, yes or no? Barbara. Oh, you said gifting a membership is aggravating. Barbara, don't even worry about it. I got one. Woohoo. See, Andrea, thank you so much, but I'll gift tomorrow because, oh, you're going to pay it forward. Punch. I love you guys. True says it doesn't really stop HPV that causes cancer. Yes, it does. Let me tell you how. So, doesn't it? Cuff you, you're a nurse, doesn't it? I thought that was the whole point. No? Am I wrong? Someone tell me. But the HPV, Travis, this is what I would say. I would say yes, and let me tell you why. I had my daughters. They got the vaccine for it. And I don't know if people know this, but and again, you guys could ask me any sex question or anything. I don't get embarrassed easily. So this HPV question is so important. I think that and we're talking about something that you can get just by having sex with more than one person, like in life, like not even I don't mean at a time, like we're not even in the same exact time span. But if you've had sex with more than one person, your risk of HPV goes up a lot. The thing is, a lot of women will get HPV and their bodies will like kick in. They might get, what's it called? The cervix one, you guys, what's it called? The procedure. I can't think of the name on the top of my head. But it's a procedure and it sometimes kicks your body, like it knocks your body into fighting for itself. And that often will resolve the HPV virus. However, it doesn't for everyone. And for some, that HPV virus can lead to cancer. So if there's anything we can do to stop somebody from developing HPV so that they don't get the cancer, I'm all for that. And I think there's been enough time now that the negative, I feel like no matter what, you take or do or whatever, there's always going to be negative symptoms. Or we all watch TV and they'll be like, oh, this can cause, I love like the birth control ones. It's like, this can cause weight gain, pimp acne, stroke, heart attack, death. I'm like, what the hell? Hair loss. I'm like, nobody's going to weight gain. I was like, no wonder why this friggin' works. Nobody wants to have sex after this. Like, what's happening? But it doesn't happen to most people. So they have to put those things out there because somewhere in the clinical study, they've had at least one or two people that this has happened to. So it has to go in the warning. But for most people, those things won't happen. So, and with HPV vaccine, I haven't seen too many things that have been that negative about it. I don't know if anybody else has anything different. Doors barking, 1 second. Sorry. And then I'll wrap it up because I feel bad. I feel like everybody's like, I don't know. Tell me how you're feeling. So when I come back, I can read it. 1 sec, you guys. Yeah, go right now. He should be good now. Oh, a minute. Wait, hold on 1 second. Let me move my stuff for him because he wants to jump up here. He wants to co-host. Here is my co-host with my little love seat. Thor, buddy, look, say hi to everybody. They love you. They like you. Kiss my nose. See, isn't he cute? I love you. Look, you guys, I got him a bow tie. How handsome is he? I can't. Handsome feller. Allie's like, what about me? Hi, Allie girl. Here, look, let me show Allie since I never show Allie. Allie, where are you? Oh, there she goes. No, Allie, they can't see you over there. She just came up for you guys to see her and she came too close. Allie, where are you going? I should get like a dog cam for my doggers. Oh, all right. I'm working on a tray table, you guys. That's how I work with a tray table. Look, tray table. So I need to get a desk or something. What about a green screen? Do we get a green screen or no? I think the last time I asked, everybody said no, which I'm totally fine with. It's one less thing I have to buy. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions about anything? About Jodi Arias, sex? You know how there's some like cases, for example, when we talk about the Nick Reiner case, how we'll often talk about addiction and stuff like that. I have a feeling that when we do this case, sex is going to be like that second theme, and I'm okay with that. Would you guys want me? Yes, she's a beagle. Yes, she's a beagle. Oh, you like my background? Look, my little nativity scene. My husband didn't feel good, so he didn't bring the boxes up yet. So all of my decorations are on the table in the dining room because I'm not going to get all the boxes. I do everything, I feel like. You know, I'll leave it there. I don't give a shit. It might be next Christmas, and I might still have a point set. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't go that long. But I am giving it a few days. I still have my tree up and everything. Here, look. Let me show you my tree. I have no idea what I just did. But hopefully you're all still there. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Hold on, let's see. No, wait, let me say back here. I'm going to wind up knocking everything over. No, I only got to the fireplace. Can we get the tree? Oh, there's the tree. I just don't have it on. I have a big ass tree over there. Does anybody else get a real tree? It's so annoying. I know that sounds so bitchy, but I had a fake tree growing up, and I was fine with it. It was no big deal. It was like a hand-me-down tree, Charlie Brownish style. You know what I mean? No big deal. No, not here. My husband needs to get a tree every year, and it goes up every year. This year it was like 100, and I don't even know, 120 maybe. But I was like, nah. My piano teacher has 7 Christmas trees. 7? I don't have enough rooms for 7 Christmas trees. I have so little rooms. Oh, Lucy. And Lucy, let me tell you something. We've been doing a lot of late streams, Lucy. So this should be, what time is it for you? Isn't it like 4 in the afternoon or something? Number 66. I'm allergic to real trees. Casey, I almost wish I pretended I was. I know yours isn't pretend. I'm saying I wish I almost was like, no, I didn't do that. So now I have to pay for a friggin' tree every year. It's ridiculous. She really likes Christmas, I bet. I'll bet. That is so funny. 7 Christmas trees is a lot of Christmas trees. I thought my 1 Christmas tree was a lot. Crazy. Oh, look, I have stars on here, right? Thor. Now he just wants my attention. I told you. It's 12:19. At 12:30, he's like, enough. Let's go. And I don't want to. Wait, who has 3? Eve, you have 3 Christmas trees, Eve? Wow, that's amazing. Is there a reason you have 3? Do you just have like a really big house? Do you just love Christmas? How's that work? Who has to put up all the stuff and take it down, Eve? Flojo. Thor, can you give it a second? I need to properly thank Flojo. What's the matter with you? Hold on, Flojo. I'm getting to you. Thor's being a hog. Flojo, thank you. Hi, Flojo. Did you just come in, or have you been here the whole time? Did you hear us talking earlier? Were you here for our sex talk, Flojo? Flojo, did your parents have the sex talk with you? If so, were they late? Mine were late, way late. Like I had a baby daddy late. That's how late they were. Thank you, Flojo. I just said Slojo because I just read something with an S. I am so sorry. You are not slow, Flojo. You are the bomb. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have no idea. I feel so blessed. Thor's like, oh my God, Thor, why do you need all my attention? Thank you, Flojo. Thor, maybe I'll get you a treat with that one. The Flojos. Yeah. Allie is chewing so loud. Okay, so Flojo says, Sheba dog raising an arm to greet someone, asking, how's it going? That's funny. What kind of dog does everybody have? Let me know. Do you guys all have dogs? If so, what kind of dogs do you have? Oh, thank you, Lucy. He is cute. Look, Lucy, he has a bow tie. Isn't he adorable? What is bow tie? And he keeps it on. He's so good. You're a good puppy. Eve, I swear they had it up like in the middle of March before. That is so funny. But no, I don't think they did. You don't think your parents had the sex talk with you? Barbara Hall. Stop. Barbara, thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Wait, hold on, it's coming. Thank you. I know how to super chat. Memberships don't know how to super chat. Memberships don't know. You're so funny, Barbara. Barbara, this is like 2.5 memberships. So thank you so much. You have no idea. This $4.99 is going to, what am I going to get next? What can I get next for the, I know. I have an idea. It'll go towards, so you and Flojo's and whoever donates tonight, I will put it towards stuff to make t-shirts. Look, this is ridiculous. I don't make enough money yet to like just go buy like hundreds of t-shirts. So in the time being, I made my own. And I think I did a pretty good job. I made a few of them. So this isn't the same one I had on last week. I have a different, like I made a few. But maybe I will buy more materials so that I can spin the wheel. Like we can have a live, maybe we could do like a members only even. And not that I'm trying to leave anybody else out. I'm just saying, it could be both. We could do both. That's it. Maybe I do one for members only and then one for everyone else who shows up that night. And if you're a member, you still get on that wheel type thing. I don't know. We're going to figure it out though. You have a Chihuahua. Oh, does the Chihuahua bark? I forgot. I remember you just got that. Wow. Hi, Ash. How are you? Harlot has two. Oh, you have two kittens. I'm allergic to them, but they're cute. My brother just got one, and I'm not really allergic to his. It might be hypoallergenic. I was like, they even make something like that? I think they do, though, right? Because I'm not really allergic to his, and I'm usually like my eyes blow up. Thank you again, Miss Barbara Hall. Oh no, why are we saying we're sorry? What happened? Casey's saying good night to Callie. Oh, Callie, good night. Thank you so much for coming. Oh no, a lot of people are saying they're sorry. What happened, Case? Our 15-year-old pup passed suddenly October 3rd. Oh, Casey, this is the deal. When my old dog passed away, Oh, sorry. Now it's Gianna. Oh, no, you're good. Does anybody else wear pajama sets or just my 22-year-old? She's got like pajama sets and she wears a different one every night. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah, Adam said, okay, so let me tell you about the dog dying. It's been a year, right? I say, why not give your love? They do have hyperallergenic. Thank you. A tuxedo one? What is that? I guess it looks like a tuxedo, black and white. Straight stupid. About the dog. Maybe you open your heart up and give that next doggy some love because you are probably an amazing dog mom or dad, whoever's listening. And it's been a year, right? I feel like your dog would want you to spread your love. I feel like when my dog died, I like felt guilty getting another one. I felt like it was almost like a replacement, and then it wasn't. So I got Thor, and I'm like, oh my God, he's like my everything. I love him. Thank you again, Miss Barbara Hall. Thank you again, Mr. Flojo, Casey, and everyone else. I had a cat that was housebroken. He had a bell that rang at the door to go potty. I never had to buy litter for him. That is so funny. Get out. Do you guys know that if you're pregnant, you're not allowed to change kitty litter? Let me see. Oh, you miss her. She was a terrier Chihuahua mix. Oh, I had a Yorkshire Terrier, a miniature Yorkshire Terrier, and she barked all the time and bit ankles. I was like, oh my God. She was cute, but she bit everyone's ankles and barked a lot. Ginger. Spider-Man pajamas. Gee, what kind of pajamas do you have on?
These ones have like stars and cheetah print stars, red bows, 8 balls, and black bows on them.
Can you show me?
Yeah.
It helped me a lot getting my dog. Her name is Jazzy. Barb, I love that name, Jazzy. That's cute. Black with a white striped belly, white toes, and half of her whiskers. Oh, I've lost dogs before, but it's a whole different game when your kids are upset. It is. That's the truth. Case, don't you think, though, that getting another dog can help fill that void? Oh, yeah, Jodi Arias is the best mental health case study. Oh, we're not making it sad. We're good. It's good. And when you find the right one, you'll know it. Oh, you wouldn't know what to do without Rue. Oh my God, Truce Dog Rue talks, you guys. Like legit talks. Like they have a conversation. I laugh my ass off. It's so funny. Good night, Andrea. Thank you for coming. Your dog was definitely a barker. I think it's like the terrier type thing. I'm not sure though. Wait, let me show you this one thing real quick that I had up for tonight. And I'm going to have to, after this, I'll have to save all of my things so that I have it for next time. But I did want to show you this, you guys. So Jodi Arias does art stuff. And like, this is my question. Is she allowed to sell it online? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me show you Gianna.
Guys, I look crazy right now. In my pajamas. Oh, hi, Thor.
Thor's like, don't talk to my mom.
They have, yeah, they're from TikTok shop. I love them. They were literally $10. Thor, hold on, I'm trying to show my pajamas. Yeah.
Oh, wait, how about your face? There she goes.
Oh my God.
What up?
Thor.
All right, I had to exploit my kid. She's 22. So she's not really like a baby. They are cute pajamas, but who wears pajamas? Like, who does that? Does anybody else wear pajamas, like a set?
I have like 10 of them.
Yeah, that's what I told them. You have like 10 of them. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What?
No, I got a super chat. I get so emotional. Oh, $10 bargain. I believe she's allowed to sell her art. I can find out. Can you find out Jod, thank you. Jad, is it Jad? Jad Threabod? Jod Threabod? 2 dogs, pit bulls. From what I hear, it's oh, you guys. So from what I hear, pit bulls, I hear that it's like the owner, like if you have a good owner, that pit bulls can be amazing. But you always hear those stories of the pit bull that did something crazy. You guys, a friend I went to school with, oh my God, I have to find this. A friend I went to school with was watching her granddaughter, and she has a pit bull. And I was like, oh my God, I would have killed my mom. I don't know what I would have done. But wait till I show you guys this. This is so worth waiting a second for. Yous are going to be like, what the actual F? Oh, gee, I can't find the picture of Haley's kid. We're talking about pit bulls. Oh, you did not just let the dog out.
I'm cooking. I'm making pizza.
No, okay. I was going to say, it just took me forever. You're the best. She just let the door out. Oh my God, you guys, I have to find this picture. You'll die. So, a friend of mine's granddaughter, I don't even want to say got bit by the pit bull because it got more than bit. You guys have to see this little kid's face. When I saw this picture, I was like, what in the actual hell? Of course, I can't find it now. Gee, you don't have the dog picture on you, do you?
What dog picture?
Of Haley's kid's face? Can you like text it to me? If you have your phone?
Yeah.
You're the best. My kids are awesome. She's going to text it to me because if not, it'll take me forever to find. You guys, it is so bad. Wait till you see this trigger warning because it's bad. And the reason we saw this, Gianna was like, Mom, she's like, you have to see this. And wait, so she posted this girl and says, oh, what did she say? My daughter is...
I sent you a bunch of those.
Oh, she sent me a bunch of them. Hold on. So she said something like, my daughter is embracing her thing. Did you already send them?
I just sent them to you.
Oh, wait, I just got them. Oh, she looks better in that one. Oh, you guys. Wait, ready? Trigger warning. That's bad. Look at that kid's face. Isn't that terrible? Like you could see. Oh my God, it said the day of, after surgery, a few weeks later, and then today. I didn't even see that. So look at that again. The day of is this first one. This is the day of. This is after surgery. This is a few weeks after. Oh no, this is a few weeks after. And then that's today. That was bad, right, you guys? And that was from Pipple. Poor kiddo, right? Lucky to be alive. You're not kidding. So the whole reason my daughter was like, what in the hell happened is because, or told me what happened was because she's like, she definitely wrote on her social media that her daughter was like getting used to her scars. I was like, she's 2. Like, I get it. My Gianna's got a lot of scars. She's had over 30 surgeries on her legs. She has fibular hemimelia. So she was missing her fibula, ankle, and last 2 toes on the right side from birth. So she's had 4 limb lengthenings, which are a year apiece. So we would go to the physical therapy 3 times a week and the doctors for a year in Delaware. And I live in Pennsylvania and work in New Jersey. So there were many days that I was in all 3 states in that day. It was crazy. But we did this for 20 years. And so finally, we're good now. But my point is that my daughter has a ton of scars. And I've always taught her that every scar has a story. And she's like proud of her scars. They have a story. But that is just a lot for that poor kid. Okay, so this is Jodi, you guys. This is Jodi's artwork. And it says here, apparently, I guess she could sell it because look, Jodi Arias print. Ew, look at that one. It looks like her almost. This looks like, oh my God, what's her name? I can't even think it. Oh my God, look at this. Oh, look at her. I guess that's her self-portrait at Perryville. What? Wait, what is that? Oh, no, she didn't. There's a JodiArias.com. Are you kidding me? Is that what we're on? That's what we're on. Oh my God, look at that one. Postcard. Collectibles? Are you kidding me? I wonder what that's the key to. What's that? Oh, look at her here. That's actually pretty, the flower. Oh, look, a little doggy. Wow. It's a shame that, like, you know what I mean? I can't believe people are allowed to buy these. Oh, this one is, oh my gosh, aren't hands like the hardest thing to draw? That's actually not bad. But if that's the Bible or the Mormon book, whatever, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I just don't know the name off the top of my head. That is so disrespectful in my opinion. Do you guys agree? What is this? Celebrities Archive? Oh, stop it. Oh my God, I can't. Oh, she did not do a good Frank Sinatra. Sorry, Jodi, but no, not that I say sorry, but Lucille Ball doesn't look exactly like Lucille Ball either. I don't want to click on this because I don't want to give her to visit the main gallery of currently available artwork. Wow. I could just go to it from there. Oh my God, I forgot about these too. Holy crap. Wow, you guys, I can't even believe that she's allowed to have all that. And then, oh wait, merchandise. What? Free Jodi? Jodi band orders, $25. I hope nobody does that. Jodi's bio? Get the hell out. I've been making art since I was old enough to hold a crayon, and art has remained part of my life in different ways, from mere dabbling to blissful obsession. Wow. This was taken November of 2022. I'm incarcerated at Perryville, the women's prison in Arizona, and I'm appealing the life sentence I was given. Today, I continue making art and sharing it here where you can acquire some of it for yourself or just pursue and read my blog. To learn more about my lifelong love affair with art, please see my expanded bio. How is she able to do this, you guys? Like, how is she, like, does she have access to this website? Like, what's happening? This gives her background, which I think is so important. I'm going to read it. If anybody hangs up, I do appreciate you, and I will see you next time we do this. Maybe tomorrow. I think tomorrow. Probably at what works better for you guys, 8:30 or 9 Eastern. Tonight I went on at 8:30. I figured I'd go right in the middle, but I never know what time to go on. I don't know. When I was 2 and 3 years old, I would climb out of bed, make my way down the stairs to the master bedroom, and wake up my mom, who loved sleeping in. She would set me up in the living room with cartoons, crayons, and a coloring book, and then go back to sleep. I scribbled in my book intermittently, entranced by the colors I would put on paper, and by Tom chasing Jerry or Wile E. Coyote chasing the Roadrunner. Some of the darker crayons looked the same. I couldn't read, but I distinguished them by their colored wrappers. It seemed like magic, the way purple or blue became so vivid on the page. In kindergarten, I loved to paint, but the teacher, kind as she was, told me to stop and go do other activities when I didn't listen to her directive to not mix the colors. By age 12, my parents had taken notice of my interest in visual arts and enrolled me in an after-school art class. This was the best classroom I had ever entered up to that point. Instead of handing out textbooks and assignment homework, the teacher passed out art supplies. I was thrilled to take part in an elective in middle school. The period for art class fell between math and science, an oasis of middle of the day. The art teacher was a Vietnam veteran who enjoyed working on his own projects alongside his students. He understood the fickle nature of inspiration and allowed me to continue to work on a poster-sized bulldog I had been rendering in charcoal, while much of the rest of the class had moved on to make paper maches. My family and I moved to Eureka, California the summer before I started high school. You guys, this is the summer that she got in trouble with the pot. Art was not available as an elective to freshman students. This class was so high in demand that I would have to wait until my sophomore year to take it. When I finally enrolled, I was assigned to the first period class. I could not have designed a better way to start the day of school. I think if I had to relive every morning for the next 1,000 years by starting each day in that class, I would call it a paradise. When I was 16, my grandmother gave me an old collection of oil paints and brushes that had been gathering dust. She was not a painter, and I never asked her how she came by those or why she saved them, but sometimes I like to think it was destiny. I sat at her kitchen table and brushed some musty, smelly yellow worker paint into a thin piece of printer paper, having no idea how oils worked. After several minutes, a ring of grease had formed around the pigment, as if I had dropped some oily cheese on there instead. Grandma said I needed a canvas. I wonder if this is the grandma she robbed and stole the gun from that she shot Travis with. I was taken to an art store an hour away in Medford, Oregon, that exploded my narrow artistic vision, Michael's. My thinking had been so small that I never imagined such a place. I had a similar rewiring experience the first time I walked into a Barnes & Noble's, but that was another story. Thor. It was Gianna. Thor, stop. Thor, come here. Dad's sleeping. He's got to wake up for work soon. Stop. At Michael's, I found a canvas in sizes both tiny and huge, racks on racks of brushes and colors I didn't know would exist in paint. I earned money working part-time at my dad's restaurant. Oh yeah, her parents had a restaurant, which enabled me to start a few canvas boards, a small set of brushes, and a little can of paint thinner. I might have enjoyed attending art school at college level. I had heard of school in San Francisco, Seattle, and Boston that sounded legendary, but I never believed I could get into any of them because of my poor grades in high school. Nor could I see myself succeeding in an art career. The starving artist stereotype begat nightmarish visions of sleeping on random couches, unable to afford rent or a tank of gas, much less a mortgage or children. Meanwhile, Now she's in a jail cell. I chose waiting tables and tending bar for the short-term security of leaving every shift with cash in my pocket. That was good. I was a cocktail waitress for years and a waitress, and I loved it. I loved getting the money at the end of the night. But even as a career server and bartender, I still found myself struggling to pay rent or mortgage, and even found myself crashing on the occasional couch that did not belong to me, Travis. I found photography as a kid, and though I lacked the equipment to produce refined work, I had fun photographing friends, pets, and my toddler siblings. In my 20s, I purchased better photo equipment and began building a portfolio of weddings and portraits. I enjoyed editing images that enhanced a couple's recollection of an important shared right. As I began booking more weddings and receiving referrals for other engaged couples, I started to see a creative outlet through which I would generate viable income. Then I completely derailed my life. When I went to jail, I stopped thinking about art for a while, grappling with what I then thought was the end of my life. I focused very little on creativity. I drew my sister's portrait and sent it to my mom, but for a time, I drew nothing else. I began drafting a memoir I never finished with ideas of turning it over to my family or legal team, then taking my own life. Eventually, the months turned into years, and I turned to art again. The woman in jail would sit for me, and I practiced drawing their portraits. Sometimes I practiced on their skin by giving them tattoos. Many of these women had already been to prison and were back for another round. They regaled me with stories of the myriad art supplies that would be available when I got to Perryville, the women's prison in Goodyear, Arizona. They spoke of art shows hosted by the prison for the public and programs that fostered artistic pursuits. Compared to county jail, Perryville sounded like Disneyland. I didn't tell them that I had no intention of making it to prison. A few years in, I wrote to my brother from jail and asked if he would list my drawings on his eBay account. He agreed, and I began sending him my work. At first, only a few pen pals responded to my then feeble marketing efforts, but their support helped me with commissary expenses. I often felt hungry in jail, and my family could do little to financially support me, an adult who should have been feeding herself. Isn't that right? When my art began to gain wider public recognition, eBay banned it on the grounds that I was a felon. Good. Despite plenty of felons running successful stores on the platform and oh my God, you guys, really? Is she serious? And random opportunities using it to exploit me by making a buck on a postcard I may or may not have written. I was prohibited from earning an income there with skills I had worked all my life to develop. So I started my own online store and art gallery right here at artbyjodiarias.com. This is a space where I can share my art with you and where you can acquire some of it for yourself or just pursue and read my blog. I came to Perryville after 6.5 years in county, despite having wasted much of that time ideating my own demise. Some people think taking one's life is the coward's way out, and maybe in some ways it is. But I know it takes balls to take yourself out because I was never able to work up the courage to do it. But she could take someone else's life. This is so hypocritical. And I'm glad I copped out that way. I'm glad I lost my nerve and waited just one more day every day. Today, I am light years from that destructive mentality. With distance comes perspective, and the horrors I have overcome, what about that you've caused, have deepened my appreciation for a life I once contemplated throwing away. Now I want to be present for every moment, read great books, and spend time with people who love me, in spite of my pervasive flaws, annoying idiosyncrasies, and innumerable mistakes. And I want to create art. This latter inclination, compulsion really, has been the common creative thread throughout my entire life. Every morning I wake with gratitude and the intent to be mindful, to savor the freeze dried coffee in my plastic cup, and to make art. Because when I'm making art, it feels like my soul is saying yes. This is not English or any verbal language, but more of an internal symphony that I want to keep playing on repeat. Of course, a lot of mornings do not unfold with this kind of inspired momentum, but having these goals enables me to course correct and know creating art is the course on which I should be. It always has been. Ugh. Blech. Sorry. Just how I feel. She's nuts. Oh my God, you guys. That's crazy, right? So, harlot, in my opinion, no, she wasn't. I I don't think so. I think she just used religion, like most criminals we see, for their benefit. So, like, she'll use it when it benefits her. So, when she wants to have sex with Travis and make it look like she'd be the best Mormon wife, yeah, then it works, right? But now, and she even says that she has access to Mormon channels, Christian channels, and was it Muslim or Jewish channels? She never says that she watches them, right? So, no, I don't think she's very religious. As a matter of fact, she would make jokes about magic underwear. I don't want to get that wrong. It's like a joke she would make. I don't know, something with Mormonism. I don't know, but she would like make jokes. So I don't believe she was ever religious. Let's see. Who is Cara Delvine? Like who is that? Is that like a buy your piece of evil today? It's disgusting that they're allowing that. I agree. None of them look like the same. They almost look like characters, or however you spell it. That's exactly right. Is she trying to get out? I think so. She's trying not to get out. No, well, of course, I'm sure she would love to get out. But it seems like she's trying to appeal for, like, not without a possibility of parole sentence. So maybe life with the possibility of parole. That's bull. She loves attention. Yes, she does, Kat. Yes, she does. That's crazy. They allow you, yes, Ash, to do stuff like this in prison and I guess make money. A while ago, she was trying to get an appeal, but I think it went nowhere. Really, Lucy? Well, that's good to know. What kind of narcissist is going to wear a free Jodi bracelet? I think her fam. Wait, I think her fam do it for her. Oh, sell it, her brother and stuff, I think. I never realized she was older than me. Casey, it's so funny you say that because when I did the math and I was like, wait, she's my age? Like, I didn't realize that. I thought she was younger. I don't know why. I think in my head, too, she's like always the age. I don't think I realized, you guys, actually, that she was that old when she committed the crime. I actually don't think I realized that. Someone on the outside is probably the brother, I think. I was just going to say you should read that. That's see, I read your mind, Case. You got to run. I'll see you. Good night, hun. I said hun. Let me smack myself. Who does that, hun? I didn't mean to say hun. I'll read, and I read so fast that I'll start reading something else, and I just said hun. I don't know why. I apologize, Kat. Thank you for coming. She tries to sound so poetic or something when she talks. I agree. Some prisoners can run their own sites. They do favors for the guards. I know because my brother was in jail. Heard all kinds of stories. This is in Australia. So no, yeah, I think it's the same here. They cornhole cell phones in our prisons. She's allowed paper and colored pencils and sends the pics to someone in the mail. Someone runs the web. That's crazy. Wait, fair enough. I figured they would do something similar. It's time for bed. Yeah, I hear you. Her schooling could be in that prison. She's for the rest of her life, I hope. It's the same here. Yeah, it should be against the law. You guys, I still had just as many people in here, so that's why I'm like still here, because people are coming in. We talked about 3 times half of the night, and there's 69 likes. We talked about 3 times. Oh, got you. You guys hit like, please. Get me out there. I think if you get 100 likes, you like put you in the algorithm. I don't know if it's too late to ask for 30 likes, but there's more than that in here, so maybe. So she was a model. I don't know if she's modeling anymore. Last I knew, she was pretty deep into rugs. Oh, wow. I hated the way she talks altogether, acting so innocent. Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, she acted like a little mouse, little church mouse. Normally, I would need to be sleeping because I get up at 5, but since I slept so much, I can't sleep now. Casey, that's so funny because I'm just on break, so my days and nights are mixed up. I like slept till like 1:30 today, and my kids are Ava will be 18 in like 2 weeks, and Gianna's 22, so like I don't have to get up and feed them or anything. They should feed me, but they won't. No, I'm kidding. If I really needed to, they would. All right, you guys. So we've been on here for 4:20. Truth, we've been on here for 4:20. How about that? All right, I'm going to wrap it up. I think she was still hanging around. Listen, so this is the deal. Are you guys still interested in this case? Because I don't feel like I feel like we were only here for a little bit. I feel like this was almost like I don't know, but I think I'm into this. So if anybody wants to, should we continue it tomorrow? Would anybody come tomorrow if I do it tomorrow? And if so, do we do 8, 8:30, or 9 Eastern? Anybody have any? Because I would like to give you guys first dibs. So you let me know. I could even end live and just read it in chat. I'm interested in this nut job. So my Barb, I feel like we did, I feel like this is like giving me Mackenzie vibes. Only Mackenzie's an amateur compared to Jodi Arias. Jodi Arias is, Lucy says 9. So this is the deal. Everybody will be here. I love you guys. So let's do it. All right, let's do it. We'll do it. How about this? 8's out of it. We'll do either 8:30 or 9. I'll try to make it closer to 9. And we'll hang out tomorrow night. And I'll see you tomorrow night. You guys will be here. So Ezra McAndles is a similar one. I didn't know that, Lucy. I'm going to have to look into that. Awesome, you guys. Thank you so much for saying you'll be there tomorrow. I'll be here. Let's do it. So look out tomorrow night, 8:30, 9 tops. You have an older sister named Mackenzie. That is too funny. I would change my name. I'm just kidding. That's a nice name. I just meant because of Mackenzie's show. All right, you guys. I hate hanging up, but we're going to do it. I always feel weird. I never know when to hang up exactly, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. Whatever. All right, you guys, thank you so much and have a beautiful night. And thank you all for being here, and I will see you all tomorrow. I think I might even make the tab thing now so that people could even put it on their notifications, like where you hit notify me. So that's what I'm going to do right now. And truth, Thor went up without me. He was like, later. So maybe he'll get used to the fact that I am not listening. You are not my mom or dad. He's a boy. You know what I mean? All right, you guys. Good night. I'm going to make my thumbnail right now, so look out for it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, y'all. Thank you, Flojo. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Flojo. Thank you, mods. And thank you to all of you, Barbara, all of you, Casey, everyone that helped me tonight. Wow. I'm so grateful. Thank you. And I'll see you all